Hey, 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 what's up, everybody? Welcome back. Good to see you guys here again. Day number 3. Sebastian Rogers, turn back the clock. We're going back to the beginning of the case interview. Case interviews, press releases, press conferences, whatever there is from the beginning of this case, and we're taking it apart piece by piece, little by little, looking for anything we may have missed, anything that we may have misjudged, misunderstood, taking some notes and putting it all back together again to see if we come up with anything that may help in any way, shape, or form. So thank you guys all so much for joining me today. It is Thursday, June 6th, 2024, and here we are again. So I appreciate you guys so very much taking time out of your day to join me for this. Please make sure you guys are hitting that like button. As soon as you come to that door, just stop, go, boom, be done with it. That way we get this straight up into the algorithm as fast as we can. Other than that, you know what I always say. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. And we're back. Hello, hello. I absolutely love listening to that music. It doesn't get old either. That's the weird thing. You know, sometimes you listen to a song too much and it just gets old. It happens. It happens. It happens. So today we are going to be being joined by another amazing creator out here, guys, that puts out some really, really great stuff. I'd like to call him a friend, a great collaborator in this community. Does so much for so many people daily, guys, daily. I think you guys are familiar with him, but Mr. Arctic Fox is going to be joining us today. Hello, sir. How are you?
I am doing all right. How are you?
I am amazing, sir. Absolutely wonderful to have you here, as well as Miss Cluminati is joining us. I think Mama Bear might jump up here too, but it is great to have everybody's surrounding us here to have the input from everybody with what we're looking at. So it's been a minute, and I'm absolutely grateful to have you here, Arctic. Good to see you.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Oh, it's an honor to have you here, my friend. And of course, Clue, you know, it's always wonderful to have you around.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
If she ever were to hear me. Yes, I said hi. Thank you for joining me, Clue.
Hello.
Let's say hello to Arctic Box up above us here.
Hello.
Hey, Clue.
So, as everybody knows, guys, we're going back to the beginning. We're on day 3 of this now. It's a lot. It is a lot, and it will drain you in some senses. Thank you, Doodle. There is the link, guys. If you have not checked out Arctic's channel yet, please, 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 one more, please, go check it out. There's a link right there. Go check it out. Subscribe. Show some love. You guys will not be disappointed. This man puts it in for the missing, guys. I'm telling you right now, no two ways about it. He has done a lot of work to help a lot of people, and he's always putting something out. Every day he puts out something, okay? Please go show some support and check it out. You will not be disappointed. That is the link. And of course, we all know Cluminati here. If you don't have a link to her chat yet, we will drop that in here, or a link to her channel yet. We will drop that here in the chat. Sorry. I'm surprised if anybody wouldn't, but please do that if you can. As well, Mind of Monsters might be popping in here like she always does. Of course, we love her channel too. We have a very good culmination of creators now that have been working pretty closely together to do some things. Coming up here, if it's still going on, I do believe it is, as of the 9th, we're supposed to be a group of us that are going together, and we're going to go live for, I think it's 12 hours. Am I wrong, Arctic, or right?
Yeah, and I'm going to do my best. I'll probably just be on one of y'all's panels.
Okay.
Just 'cause I still don't feel comfortable doing lives on my own right now. So.
Okay. No worries. No worries at all. And there's going to be a bunch of us that do this. We're going live for 12 hours for the missing, and we're just going to repeatedly put out and talk about missing people, missing children, so on and so forth for the entire day, and make something happen. Make it seen, make it heard. That's what it's all about, guys. So I'm excited for that. So make sure you're around to tune in for that if you can. Speaking of tuning in, let's see who decided to grace us with their awesome presence today. Looks like there's 150 people in here with 80 likes. We're getting there, guys. Let's keep hitting that like button, please, if you will. Leave a little bit of DNA. It doesn't cost a cent. It only takes a second, if you will. Looks like Angel of Virtue's in the house. The first one I get to say, I love it. M Chat or KM Chats Kendra, welcome. Says you're new. Welcome. I love seeing the new faces. We got plenty of room in here. Miss Victoria, great to see you back. Mystery. Miss Barbara Hall, the lovely Miss Barbara Hall's in the house, guys. Thank you for joining us, Miss Barbara. It's always a pleasure and an honor to have you here. Mocha, welcome back to you. Mel O77, hello to you. Excuse me. Walks with Dogs. Allison Malsack, thank you for joining us today. Snowflakes Nightmares, welcome, welcome. There is a Miss Sherry, the Wisdom Speaks in the house. Thank you for joining us, Sherry. My Doodlebug at the bottom there, down there. Thank you for joining me, Doodle. I appreciate you very much. Melissa Seegers, thank you for being here. Book Princess, welcome back. Lisa Mounts, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Paula, welcome back to you. Mystery, I think I said that, but hello again. Good to see you. Kathy Pease, let's talk about it. Welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Let me see here. Show. Lucky's back. Welcome back to you. Sparrow's in the house. Butterfly 71. Welcome back to you. Robert Bell. Great to see you, my friend. Always a pleasure. Shali Montage. Welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Come on down. Hello, welcome to you. Great to see you. Ginny 2521. Welcome to you. Great to have you here. Candy Kitten, welcome back. Great to see you. Nina Kelly, welcome to you. Great to have you here. Heather Quinn, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Come on down. Let's see. Miss Brandy B's in the house. Never a doubt. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining me. Callie, good to see you. Come on, Christy. Steven's Adventure. Welcome. Allison. Oh, I did see you. Sorry, Allison. Come on, we're getting there. Miss Leslie and Billy, welcome to you. Julie R. Good to see you. Brought your friends with you. Kim Holmes listening from the bushes. That's all good as long as you're listening. Thank you for being here. Oh, yeah, I definitely covered the Dylan Rounds case. That's no lie. sad ending, but hey, got to put it out there. DJ Sky, welcome to you. Hey Groot, what's going on to you? Good to have you. Evie Marie, always a pleasure, dear. Thank you for being here. Miss Debbie Clark, welcome back to you. Welcome to all the meatballs. Thank you guys for jumping in the sauce with us today as we spill some of that sauce and make a little bit of noise over here. Robert Belt, Cat's Eye, welcome back. Good to see you again. All the new people that are popping back in here, I appreciate you very much. Miss Sky, good to see you. Jenny, okay, that's the same one. Okay. Sometimes you guys, hey, Mr. 12 Gauge or 11 plus 1 investigates. Good to see you, sir, as Sarge would put it. Thank you for joining me, 12 Gauge. T2014, good to see you. Another great guy with a great creator with a great channel. If you guys want to check out 12 Gauge, go check him out, please. I know he would appreciate you. Dark versus Light, welcome back to you. Noni McPoppins, great to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. I'm almost there, guys, I think. And please, if I miss you, don't take it personal. I will catch up with you, I promise. Diana R., welcome back to you. Miss Tina, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. AB channels just came across while scrolling. He's over there saying awful things about CP. He needs to file a defamation on his ass. Okay. Miss Noni, I don't know. I'll have to get that as soon as I pull this on. 12 months for Miss Noni McPoppins. That is so very awesome. Noni, thank you so much for being part of this family for so long. We appreciate you very much.
What's that?
So Tina says that AB channels just came across while I was scrolling. He's over there saying awful things about CP. He needs to file defamation. Who is AB?
I don't know. I just asked Beyonce that.
What'd you say, Cletus?
It's a channel.
Oh, it's just a channel. Okay, I got you. Wendy Blank, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Michael 007, my friend. Good to have you here. SRB, welcome back, darling. Good to see you. Halloween baby. Hey, hey. I like your name. Lala, hello to you. Yeah, I bet it would. Army vet, how you doing? Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. William Eilish, good to see you. Mitz Tiffany's in the house. D Smith, always a pleasure. Good to see all you guys. Guys, make sure that when you come through the door, you guys do hit that like button. We are already in the algorithm, though, but keep on hitting that, guys, because the more the better. I never heard of them until now. I've never either, but okay, I'll have to check it out and see what's up. But thank you guys. Don't okay. Okay, no problem. Thank you guys for getting us in that algorithm. Pineapple, icicle tree. I see you. There you are. Pineapple. Oh, see, everybody's saying the same thing. Yeah, he's something else. Been around a few years. It'd be kind of difficult, I'd assume, any illegal act because he's out. Oh, of course. That's how these people do this. Because they know nobody can touch them. Pathetic.
You hear that? Nobody can touch us.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love you so much, Clue. I do. Welcome, everybody. And again, thank you, Arctic, for joining us today, bro. I appreciate you very much. Like I said, guys, we're going back. We're on day 3 of this, or part 3, whatever you want to call it, going back to the beginning of the Sebastian Rogers case. He's been missing since February 26th. Yeah. And K-Dips, welcome to you. What we're doing with this, welcome Indian Taco, good to see you as well, is we're looking at all of the news releases, press conferences, press releases, whatever you want to call it, interviews. There's Mama Bear. Straight Talker, good to see you as well. Ginny, or I did say hi to you, okay. Interviews with both sides of the parents, and anything involving this case. I'm trying to cover as much and all of it as I can, little by little, and it does take a lot of time because some of these interviews take time. Yesterday was a bit of a hiccup and a mistake because we covered one. Somebody recommended maybe we look at another side of it. There was no other side. It was nothing but a biased bullshit session about anything Katie's eyelash was crooked, and they said it was because she was being false. She was lying. It's like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? It's insane. So we watched the behavioral panel. They looked at it with the possibility of both things, and their outcome is what it was. So thank you very much, Doodle, for that. Anybody that has in the past and will in the future ever donate to the channel to support it that way, guys, it is so very much appreciated. We do not ever expect it, but it does help to pay the bills in here to keep us going. So thank you very much ahead of time and for the past. We appreciate you so very much for that. Equalizer, good to see you. I appreciate everybody I love seeing all these new faces, guys. It's so nice to see all the new faces. Please welcome everybody with open arms as we do. Guys, we've jumped up again. We're at 93 something, so it's coming slowly, but we're almost to 10. That's absolutely amazing, and that's all on you guys.
She said.
Jesus. But anyway, thank you, Clue, for helping that along.
That's also what she said.
Yes, I'm sure it is. Hello, Cletus. Are you able to jump in here today with us too, Cletus? Or are you busy again like you were the other day?
No, don't even get him started, honey.
Okay, I got you, bro. No worries. Taylor was stitching, bitching, and true crime. Welcome to you. Well, Dolly's starting to come to the dark side with us. What are you talking about, Miss Taylor?
Man, fuck that clown. Sorry, not sorry. I said what I said.
Why everyone got to keep bringing Dolly up? Every time you mention his name, I start craving Keebler ass cookies.
100%, bro. Dolly ain't gonna make no money over here, so I don't see that happening. Daisy May.
Arctic is my damn favorite. He don't say much, but when he does, that shit gets me laughing every.
He says exactly what he means and feels and does not hold back. That's why I love him.
No, I'll tell you what he's over there. First off, lying through his ragged ass grill, talking about, this is just a theory that came to me. Could so and so have kidnapped him for financial gain? I'm sitting here like, bitch. I'm sorry, but I know already that you watch me. What you mean came to you? What? Oh, bro. Okay, I see you. I can't stand that.
Not many people do. Right. Not many people do. Welcome, Gangster Cat. Good to see you, Chase D. Good to see you, Salty Sleuth. Welcome to you, dear. Appreciate you. Oh, really? He stole Clue's story? That's hilarious. Is that what it is? He's taking what you said months ago.
Am I talking?
I didn't clearly hear you. Like, he took everything you said months ago. Wow.
Verbatim. Like, that's verbatim.
My God.
Ragged.
What a dumbass. Unbelievable.
And it's people, literally dummies in the chat going, I've never thought about that.
Tina said, tell me you watch Clue without telling me you watch Clue.
Right.
What a dipshit. Good God. Hey, Shay, good to see you. So ridiculous. So ridiculous. Miss Barbara, good to see you. Like I said, again, I think I got everybody. 182 peeps in here. 134 likes. We're rolling, guys. So again, Lady K talks. Good to see you. Carolyn Miller, welcome. Texas Gigi, hello to you. Every time I go to Marie Davis, every time I think I'm dong, it's done. Dong. Wow, that was good. Every time I think I'm done, I see somebody else. Not dong, folks. Sorry. Long Duck Dong. Walks with Dogs. Good to see you. Oh, so now he's going to put Seth through the bullshit that he put Kitty and Chris through. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Unbelievable. Whatever.
Maybe he just woke up when he went to CrimeCon. Maybe it's like the new Disney World, the most magical place on earth.
Welcome, Terry Dean.
He visited CrimeCon, not Oz, so the wizard didn't give him a brain.
Right. Like I said, he says it how it is. I love it. I love it. I love it. Meta Mom, good to see you. That's true, Salty. You're right. She said y'all act surprised. Yeah, I guess I'm not really. Oh, wow. What a mess. He says wait, what? Oh, I thought he said that. I was gonna say tell me he didn't say that line because wow. See, he needs to apologize. He ain't never gonna apologize to nobody, dude. He needs to apologize to himself first. Marie Davis, good to see you. Lisa Vallejo, welcome. Jody, good to see you. Odin Girl, welcome back. Good to see all of you guys here today. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, all right. Yeah, there's just so many things, guys. It's crazy at this point. Is that how you say that? I think, I hope. Hello and welcome back. All right, so let's get some stuff up and moving. All right, guys. Like I said, this is a little. I'm gonna try to work this around so it's not so draining because it is time consuming. But I want it to make. I don't want everybody to get all like frustrated with it either. Oh Lord, looks like Coppin Hacker put something new out about Sebastian too. Of course.
Wait a second.
Uh-oh, what's up?
Hold on.
Okay, do your thing. I'll be setting this up while you do that. Make sure you guys have your notebooks and pens and papers if you're taking notes on this. Some of us have been, some of us haven't been. And if you are, make sure you have them. That way you can keep up with it for what we're out there. Part 3 today.
Jennifer Coffindaffer is what you get when you order an FBI agent off a Temu.
Yes.
Oh my God, Arthur. Holy shit.
That was good, dude. That was good.
That was funny as shit right there.
Wish.com version of the FBI.
Diego.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I need you.
I'm listening.
Can you present this on your show, please?
Can I what?
I put something in the back chat that you need to show on here.
Okay. Hold on a minute. I have to recover from my mini heart attack because she just scared the shit out of me like she always does. Good God, I hate when you do that.
Hello.
God. Yeah, I'll play this. Hold on. And there we go. I think. All right. Welcome, Truth.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. All right. You want me to play this right now, Clue?
I do right now.
Okay.
Yes,
Hold on.
please. Can y'all hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, good. Y'all, I want to see Mama Bear's face and Dago's face.
Okay. No problem. Hold on a minute. All right. I don't know what this is, so I can't set you guys up for it. So I'm guessing that we're just going to see what it
It
is.
won't need any. Just play it.
Okay. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. I see what it looks like so far, but I don't know much about it.
All the way at the beginning. Go all the way to the beginning.
Yeah, you got to rewind.
Holy shit. I want to see your face, Dago, when you hit play, please.
Okay.
Asmau is missing, or at least that's what I want my friends to think. I find a clever way to pretend to be kidnapped, which leads my friends to go looking for me to find out where I went. But when I find out what they really do when I'm gone, I'll have to get some funny revenge. What really happened? Did I really vanish without a trace? Will they even find me? Welcome, everyone, to this night in Minecraft. And in this night, as you can tell, posters around, I am missing. And not just any kind of missing either. I have a bunch of posters around because guess what? I'm gonna go missing today. At least that's what my friends are going to think. You know why? Because they asked me to clean my room. I can't believe this, all right? I'm not gonna name any names about who told me to do that. It was him. But told me to clean my room, and I'm gonna show you guys my room, right? It's not crazy, it's not super like, messy. It's just a little messy, okay? Look, just a little bit, all right? Just a little bit, but he's gonna think I'm missing, all right? And I'm gonna get him to clean my room. or maybe not. We'll see. But I'm gonna take this. Aphmau is gone, all right? And I'm gonna write something in it, all right? It's gonna say, dear friends of Aphmau, I have taken her. She is gone forever. You should have never told her to clean her room. She is gone, missing. Bye, Anon. There we go, Anon. All right, done. Perfect. All right, I'm leaving that there. All right, Aphmau is gone. Perfect. And I'm going to actually spy on them and see what they do by drinking this potion of invisibility. Nom, 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 nom. Perfect, perfect. And of course, I have something so you guys can see me, but they cannot. See Ian. Ooh, Zane. Let's go see what
Where in the hell did this come from?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is actually play. It was played on Minecraft. You can watch this. It is on YouTube, as you see. But do you remember what Mr. Seth Rogers was accused of doing and why he was accused of doing it?
Which thing?
When he was supposed to clean his room instead of going to the pool, and he didn't.
Yep. Oh, wow.
Or maybe Katie told him to clean his room when he went to his room at night.
So, like, this is something that can be watched on YouTube anytime, everywhere, and put a thought into someone's head.
Right.
Correct.
A kid that doesn't know the difference between reality and
Video game
non-reality.
land.
Right.
Yeah.
And who's been saying, put up posters, put up posters, put up posters, put up posters?
You want me to keep going with it, or is this enough?
No, I mean, it's you can watch the whole thing, and the whole thing is going to make you pretty much do the same thing. But I think if you watch it, maybe put it on a speed, a little faster. But let's see where this goes. Maybe this will give some type of. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying this is.
It's awful.
Weird.
It's very ironically strange. I'll just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the situation, the basis of the situation of it's a damn video game, and what it is. Come on, guys. That's
the game he played.
This is the game he played, right? This is very awkwardly weird. I'll just say that much.
he's up to, since he may or may not have told me.
Wait, that's too fast. Hold on. I'd have had it passed out or something. All right, let's try it.
Oh, man. Oh, that was a nice nap. Oh, but, yeah, wow, it actually got really late. I need to go check and see if Aphmau actually cleaned her room. I swear, I can never stay in that place because it's just so... Wait. What? Missing? What? No. This can't be it. Wait, no, there's more? She's actually missing! Okay. Think. Kawaii-chan, I gotta get help. How did all these posters get here? I didn't even know about this! Kawaii-chan, open the door! Oh, all right, fine. Taking too long. I gotta get in. Kawaii-chan!
What's going on?
Wake up! It's an emergency! Yeah, don't worry about that. We've got a big problem right now.
Somebody exploding my house?
That's the least of our worries right now. Aphmau has gone missing.
What? No, she hasn't.
What's all this noise about? Kawaii-chan, are you?
Somebody's going around exploding my house.
Really?
Some pretty aggressive redecorating. I
We
thought.
have a crisis on our hands, and that's the thing you worry about? Listen, Aphmau is gone. Do you not see all the posters around here?
Oh, no, I'm still kind of drowsy.
Posters.
Just get up and look. They're right around here, right down here.
Oh, missing.
Yes, and on the trees. It's everywhere. They're everywhere.
No. Maybe it's misspelled. Maybe it's missing. You know, like miss singing.
That makes no sense. We all know Aphmau's a terrible singer.
Oh, maybe she's just playing.
Most not around here. It's fine.
No, it's late.
Wow, a prank? No.
Why?
Something about this feels wrong. It feels different. We gotta investigate. Come on, follow me to her house.
All right.
Hey, maybe it is just a big prank. Maybe she's just in here and everything's fine. Aphmau, open up the door. Are you in there?
Aphmau.
Taking too long. I'm coming in.
No. Oh my God.
Aphmau, where are
I
you?
know the entire hub is sleeping, right? now.
Af, are you in here?
Af,
No.
Something exploded in my house.
Okay, dirty room. Okay. Well, that answers the question. She didn't clean her room. Wait.
I'm guessing, and you want me to clean my room?
What's this? Dear friends of Afmao, I have taken her. She is gone forever. You should have never told her to clean her room. She is gone, missing by anon. This is awful.
I'm sure she's fine.
Sounds a little weird to leave a note
She's
like that
actually
over.
gone.
It's fine. She always comes back, you know. Come on,
Have a
Cat.
Okay. I just to breathe for a minute.
Okay, yeah,
Listen.
calm down. Everything will be all
No,
right.
never tell me to clean my room.
Saying, calm down. Everything will be all right. I mean, something about this feels kind of weird. Don't worry. All work.
Okay, this is like making me dizzy, but
Right.
I can't keep watching this. But anyway, okay, here's the thing with this. First off, this is crazy a little bit. I'll say that much, okay? And it's very ironically weird. And I think I just put up a statement or a comment that Carla said the last video talks of someone contacting a player to help find a missing Minecraft player. It was made of you. Okay, so here's what my take on this. And I'm not saying that this has anything to do with anything, because obviously we don't know that, but kids' minds are very impressionable, okay? And I'm just going to give a statement or make a comment about something that this weirds me out a little bit because of when my son started being able to play video games like this, okay, where he got to the point where he could do it and like understand it. He was probably about 12 or 13. No, 11 or 12, I'm sorry. To where he could keep up with the games and stuff like that. He started to love them. And then he came to me one day with about a year later, as he had been very much involved in it, so on and so forth, and said to me, why can't I want my life to be like this? Like what? I don't understand. He goes, why does it? Because people don't die and this happens and that happens. And you can basically unrealistic things that our lives don't involve, right? Okay. Why can't life be like that, Dad? And I was like, oh God, here, now I have to have this conversation with him to make him understand that, this is not reality, that we can't live this way. And the best way I could explain to him that video games are a way that people escape from their lives to go do something different or be something different in a game that they just can't do in real life. And he said, I know. He understood that. That's why he wants it to be like that. And I said, well, but it can't be that way, obviously. That's why this exists, It's just an alter. People sometimes, I didn't tell him alter egos and stuff like that, but I said, it's just some place that people can go to get away, basically. And he goes, I know, I love it. And I don't ever want to leave it and blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, wait, no. This is just a hobby, son. It's not life. We can't live in here, and which people do that, but he got over that, thank God, and he came to reality again and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just saying, some minds are very impressionable and may take something like this and say, hey, this would be fun. This could be cool. And I'm not saying that he did this, but it's interesting to see that this exists. I never knew. It's a horrible thing to be putting out there for kids that have those types of minds that may not be able to differentiate between reality and real life in some senses. You know what I mean? Oof. That kind of blew me away a little bit. I'll be honest with you. That's wow.
I just think the point behind it is two things. One, it's a game that two individuals played. Okay. It's been on the internet now for 3 years. It was posted 3 years ago. We know that Seth had access to social media. That Seth said that he went on social media because of his gaming. Y'all remember that comment, right? Yeah. So it would only suggest that if Seth was watching gaming material on YouTube, then Sebastian would probably also watch gaming material on YouTube. And that, I'm not saying this has anything to do with Sebastian, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying though is if a kid is playing a game and they're going through things in their life and they find some type of suggestion on how to change how people are treating him, both Chris, Katie, and Seth, that this may give him a thought in his head. Well, if I play like I went missing, then they'll come get me and show me love and all that. And that very well could have been a very fatal mistake for Sebastian if he went out into the middle of the dark with the intention of some type playing a game, playing a trick, playing a whatever.
I understand.
You know what I mean?
No, I absolutely get it. I do. That's the scary thing to what I just saw. That's what took me back a little. It took me back a bit to see that. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, also think about Sebastian's position. If your parents, you can obviously say that he probably saw that his parents didn't get along, right? Maybe in his head, he thought, well, maybe if they come looking for me, they'll all get back together again and they'll all love each other. You gotta
And
think from
that does happen. That does happen. My middle son Tyler did that. He did a lot of things when me and the creature split up. That he tried to push us back together with. Kids think that way. They do those kinds of things. So yeah, I understand what you're saying. I went through that myself. It didn't work. Obviously, they don't understand that. He was 12, I think, when he went through that phase. So, oh my God.
Don't dive. If that was a nudge, it was probably to keep Chris from accidentally doxing Seth. You know what I mean? Like she was probably like, don't say his address because that's his private address. That would be my assumption. I don't know for sure, but that would be my assumption.
It's anything is possible at that point, right? Now, today, guys, I'm going to start with this interview. This is obviously we know Vinnie Politan, Court TV. This was from April 3rd. This is an interview done with Seth Rogers, obviously. We're going to go with this one to start with and just move forward. And I'm going to pick up the speed on this a little bit. I don't think this one's real long, honestly, so we should get through this quick. Let's see. Does anybody have any questions, comments, anything before we get started? Wow, that like blew. I'm a little bit blown away that even exists. That's crazy. There should be certain things. Now, is there an age restriction to that for kids or no? Wow.
I'm not
I don't think so.
surprised. I was more surprised as to how well it fit the.
It's beyond fitting to the situation.
Yeah.
That's what freaked me out.
Watch the rest of it. Okay, not now. In your own time, watch the rest because I can see that it was highly affecting people in the comments. And my apologies, but guys, it's.
I appreciate you showing it to me because I did want to see something like that because now it was just making me dizzy because it was moving too fast and the colors and stuff. But that's appalling that they put stuff out there that children that are young, that are very impressionable can see and then maybe act upon. Okay. That's insanity. It's very concerning, Carolyn.
The view count.
The view count's insane.
It was really high, which that's
31 million.
How many kids have looked at that and said, I wonder if I can get away with this? You know what I mean?
31 million, like Clue just said, 31 million views. That's 10 million per year.
Good Jesus. God. Wow. That's insane. I'm sorry, but that's nuts. Good God.
He's shaking. Got my nerves shaking when I was watching it. Like, what the fuck? And then when he said the thing, when the girl, I guess it was a girl, when she goes, because he wanted me to clean my room. And I went,
yeah.
You know, and it could just be circumstantial and whatever, but those are, I don't know.
It's definitely in my opinion, a coincidental situation, but that's too much. That's just too much. I'm sorry. That's insane. Good Lord. 20 million subscribers to that channel. Did these people not understand what they could be doing? That children are impressionable in a heavy way, and that putting stuff like this out is dangerous in some senses. You know that kids will. Yeah, I'll put a link for you guys if I can, and that way you guys can watch it. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second here. Good Lord Almighty. This is partially what's wrong with the world these days. right, there's a link to it, guys, so you guys can check it out. Right there. Go check it out. And I mean, it falls right into the story. So who knows?
You want me to freak you out a little bit more?
Yeah, like Salty says, this stuff's everywhere. Please watch your babies, watch your children, pay attention. Just pay attention to what they're watching, guys. That's all I'm saying. I have always done that with him. He's 18 years old, and I'm still looking at what he's watching and what he's talking about. Please pay attention. That's all we're saying. What's up?
So look at the website real quick, like the HTTPS, whatever, and you see where it says YouTube / look at the next 4 letters.
B.be
No,
/
that's
RGER. Oh, come on now. Come on now.
And on top of that,
wow. Here we are. I'm not a big fan of coincidences, but damn. That's crazy. That's weird. Very weird.
once again, it may have no relevance, but
I mean, it probably doesn't.
point,
It's just the coincidental aspect to it. Yeah. That's weird. Good Jesus. I'm sorry, Tiffany. I had the ads turned on to the lowest setting. Who popped up or down? Did somebody leave?
Fox fell and came back up. It's been doing it to mine too. So
oh, okay. Sorry, guys. There's been glitches with StreamYard lately. I don't. You know what though? It's being played. Don't dive. So reporting it it's obviously legal. There's nothing you can do about reporting it. It's getting view after view after view. So it's obviously legal out here. I think anybody. It's aimed at children. I don't go in there to watch that kind of stuff. Again, this may not have anything to do with it, guys. It's just very ironically weird. That's all I'm saying. And it really does throw you off a little bit, you know? Very much so. So, again, with this video today, let me know how the audio is. If you need me to stop, freeze, back up, go forward, speed it up, slow it down, turn it up, turn it down, whatever. Just let me know. Thank you again, everybody, for joining me. There's certain things and places I'll probably stop and we'll talk about different stuff. If you need me to stop and talk about something, let's do it. Either way. Oof. Mind blown. Okay, here we go.
February 26th in Hendersonville, Tennessee. It was a Monday morning. Katie Proudfoot says she woke up at about 6 in the morning to get her son Sebastian ready for school. But when she went to his room, he wasn't there. Katie quickly went around the house and could not find him. Where was Sebastian? Panic quickly set in. Katie says she called police and searched around the neighborhood and at school and could not find him. She says his shoes were still at home. His phone was still there too, but a flashlight was missing. Where did Sebastian go? Did he leave in the middle of the night?
I see what you're saying. Don't die, but I would imagine, don't you guys think TBI would know about something like this at this point?
I would think. I mean, they've gone through.
I mean, considering the game.
Are you talking about that video?
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem. Does it hurt to send an email?
No, I agree. I don't want to overload them with stuff they already have and stuff like that. But that could be a good idea. Maybe I'll just send an email with the link in it and say, hey, you might want to check this out. Yeah, I'll do it. Just because it like I said, it doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't take any extra time. So we'll see. All right. I will definitely make an email out of that for sure. All right. Off we go.
Why would he leave? These are all questions that have no answers. Police say they don't know where he is. They don't know what happened. All of Sebastian's parents have cooperated. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, his stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, and his dad, Seth Rogers. They also say there's no sign of foul play. But people don't just vanish. Tonight, we speak live with Sebastian's dad. What does he know? What does he suspect? Then we'll also listen to what Sebastian's mom and stepdad have said. Does it all make sense? Tonight, as investigators continue their search, we continue our investigation into the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I want to start here because this is the most important part. If you take nothing else away from the next hour of this program, please just remember this face. Okay? If you don't remember anything else, even if you change the channel at some point, please remember this face. This child is missing. You may know something. You may have seen something. Investigators need help. His family needs help. Sebastian needs your help. A new search was announced today. A search that seems to be relatively close to the home, but good news, right? Yesterday, we heard from investigators from the sheriff, FBI, and one day after they addressed the public to kind of give an update on what's going on, now a renewed search that could take a couple of days. That's good news, not great news. It's good news. You've got to keep the search going. You've got to keep his face out there. You've got to keep a spotlight on what is happening here, because we don't know what happened. Nobody knows. Well, somebody might know, but investigators don't know. We don't know. You don't know. I don't know. Which leaves open like any possibility here. So it's good that the search is continuing. More importantly, remember his face. Another question people are asking tonight is like, where's mom? Where's mom? And we're going to talk about that tonight. And a lot of people have been talking about that, but it's a difficult position for any parent to be in what has happened here. Now, I can tell you where Dad is. Dad's going to be here. He's going to be here live on this program. And we'll get a lot of information from Seth Rogers when he joins us in just a moment. But I want you to listen one more time to the chief deputy from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, again, describing the status of this investigation, this search for a missing child.
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out?
We're not ruling anything out.
Not ruling anything out. Why? Because they don't know what happened here. They don't know. I want to bring in our special guest right off the top, Sebastian's dad, Seth Rogers, joining us tonight from Clarksville, Tennessee. Seth, thank you so much for joining us. I know this isn't easy. A lot of people are asking you for your time, so we do appreciate it. How are you doing? How are you holding up? Your feed,
looking for my son.
Your feed just froze up for a second. I'm so sorry, Seth. So we didn't hear. How are you holding up tonight?
I'm just looking for my son. There is no holding up. It's just moving forward. Move forward to the next location. Move forward to the next. Anything that I get, any type of lead, any type of anything. I mean, it's just every day holding on to hope.
What are your thoughts about the investigation and the status of the law enforcement investigation into the search for your son, where they're not ruling anything out, no evidence of foul play? Do you think that they have found anything so far in more than a month?
I'm not part of the investigation, and they don't have to let me know anything, which they don't let me know anything.
Fair enough. Not letting you know anything is one part. The other part is you're his dad, right? So has that communication been enough to have you feel like, okay, I know and I trust that they're working this thing?
I'm in law enforcement myself, so I've got to trust the procedure. I got to trust that if everything is followed by the procedure and everybody's doing what they're supposed to do, that there will be a positive outcome and my son will be found. I don't understand. They haven't came up with anything. Why they're not asking for higher powers to help.
From where I want to go back to when you first found out, and then this part isn't clear in my head. Where were you when you found out that Sebastian was missing, and who called you? What was that conversation like? And then sort of what happened next there?
Made it out to the parking garage. When I got in my vehicle, I saw I had a missed call and a text message. Christopher Proudfoot. Text message was a 911, so I called immediately, and he's the one that told me that Sebastian was missing.
And how much detail did he give you about what happened, and how would you describe that moment, that call?
Wasn't much detail except for Sebastian. Except for he said Katie woke up, Sebastian's missing. So I left the parking garage and headed straight to her house.
And how far are you from the house?
About 45 minutes from downtown correction center to their house in Henderson, Sumner County.
Okay, so now you respond. You're on that 45-minute ride there. Are you talking to anyone, or are you just pedal to the metal trying to get there?
No, I'm trying not to get a speeding ticket.
I get that, but I mean, are you just focused on getting there, or are you calling his mom to get more details?
No, I'm just focusing on traffic to get there as fast as possible.
So now when you got there, what happened at that moment? Like, did you have a conversation with his mom? And did you try to find out, like, well, what the situation was here?
When I got there, there was already law enforcement presence there. So I walked in and just started listening to what was going on. I wanted to hear what was going on. So I got to hear her telling law enforcement asking questions, me listening to the questions and listening to the responses from his mother.
And what did you form any opinion based upon what you were hearing?
Knew my son was missing, and I just started watching body language, listening to words coming out. Did I form an opinion? Yeah, I formed an opinion. I am only human.
And what was that opinion?
That again, once again, my son, something has happened to my son under her watch. And once again, she wasn't being an adult. She wasn't being a parent taking care of an autistic child.
So as you're listening and watching her, now she was home. It was just Sebastian and his mom that were home at that time?
When I got, yes, because when I got there, it was just Katie. And I think Chris's mom was there. But it was just, when the incident happened, it was just Katie and Sebastian at the house, from my understanding.
Now, I've got to imagine your mind is racing at the time you're hearing all this information. So as you're hearing the information from Katie, and from what you're telling me, it seems like you're a little upset in how things were handled. So what happened next? Where did you go? Where did she go? What did police do at that time? Because this is very early on, right? This is the morning of.
They started asking me questions on where I'd been. I told them I'd been at work I've been clocked in since before 7, but I'd been at work in the parking garage since about 6 o'clock the night before. And I told them they can call and verify where I've been at. And I just sat there and started listening, just listening to everything that was being said.
Now, did you have any reason to believe that there were any problems in that home?
Katie was pretty adamant about having a good weekend, which meant my son wasn't misbehaving in her point of view.
So I'm trying to read between the lines here. Do you believe that she doesn't exercise enough patience with Sebastian, and that causes some problems in the home, or she doesn't approach her responsibilities as a parent appropriately? Like there's something off there?
Autistic children take a different. Well, autistic children take. It's a different aspect when you're a parent of an autistic child. You don't really get much freedom because you have to set a routine and you have to go abide by it. And when she's sitting there telling me she put him to bed at 9 o'clock the night before or 9:30 the night before, and then she heard him in there and told him to go to bed and things like that, it's like there's not much of a routine. And with there's no routine, then autistic children don't act the same way they're supposed to. When I've had him, there's a routine in my house when I have him. And
What'd you say, Clue? Or did you say something? I thought no, maybe. Oh, okay. Misheard something. My apologies. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was sitting there answering you, and I'm like, no, I didn't say anything.
Okay. I just heard something else then. My apologies for stopping it, guys. Anybody have anything you need me to back up, go slow it down, or do something again before we go forward, or no? Hey, Kimber.
Does he ever talk about his routine at his place? Like, did he let him stay up late or?
I know at some point in one of these interviews, I remember hearing him say, which we kind of have heard a couple times, that he didn't follow the same rules that he followed at Chris and Katie's, and he did allow him to stay up later in some senses. I believe I've heard that, but I don't think there was ever like a solid routine that he had over there,
Well, that's kind of why I was asking, because on paper, the importance of a routine is stressed, but then
it's fact. My son's doctor, that was the huge thing. Like, he needs to have a steady, solid, routine day after day after day after day, so that he's comfortable. And when you don't have that, then they're all over the place. So Mima says he claimed he had no routine. So, and Salty says Chris confirmed that. Okay. And that's why they had the routine at their house. And I remember him saying, that it was too strict over there. I wasn't going to be that way. And I was, letting him do this and letting him do that. So that's, and then that is why certain behaviors can arise, because if you don't have a routine at one place and you do it another place, it's going to cause, rebellion towards the place that has the routine, because it's not so lackadaisy that you can just do whatever you want. You see what I'm saying? Well, Dad lets me stay up till 3 a.m. and play this all night long and so on and so forth. Why can't I do it here? Because we have rules here, son. And you know what I mean? So yeah.
Well, in fairness, a lot of the behavioral issues may have been because Seth didn't believe in giving Sebastian the medication that he was supposed to be on.
Agreed.
Yep. We all know that Seth has no issues taking hardcore pharmaceutical drugs, so why is he refusing to give his son the medication that he needs?
Agreed.
Sorry,
Agreed.
I tried.
Agreed. I do agree. And that's a big deal, guys. The routine thing is huge. Okay. And that can cause a child that has autism, ADHD, so whatever you want to put out there, to definitely act out, to definitely rebel. And if you don't have that routine, and if you go from that routine into chaos, it's going to cause other things too. It gets their mind going. Okay. So it's definitely not a good deal. Even if, listen, guys, even if take the autism or any of those things out, every child should, in my opinion, should have a steady, solid routine that has, security in that household, period. See, that doesn't give a child a sense of stability, in my opinion, when you don't, because you don't know what's coming next. Are we having dinner at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock? What are we doing now? Are we going this? Are we going to bed at this time? Are we staying up all night? Do I get to sit here and watch Dad play video games in his underwear? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Come on. And that's just a normal thing. So, and when you have a child that has a little extra need for things, you should automatically want to do that, So, just saying. And again, if you're leaving a child at night alone by themselves, that's zero routine. Just stay up all night. You'll be okay. Do this and let me know if you need something. Come on now. That's not good. So, good point. Good question. On we go. Yeah, 100%. You can relax in the weekend, but routines keep us balanced. That's exactly what my son's doctor said. That, like Saturdays or Sundays when he doesn't have school, let him stay up a little later. That's fine. Don't go crazy with it, but let him stay up a little later. Let him see that that's like a reward for following through with what you've done throughout the week and stuff like that, is how she put it. And it worked. Caden's been on a routine so often that he gets up now at 18 years old, and the first thing he does is he goes directly to his medication. Got to take my pill. Then he goes to the bathroom. He brushes his teeth. He showers. He goes, does his thing. He gets dressed. He comes down the stairs. Even on the weekends, he does this stuff because, there's no school, but that's what he would do for school. Then he goes to breakfast. Then he does, it's just boom, 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 boom. It gives them stability, security, and comfort. And it takes one less, in my opinion, and the way my son's doctor explained it, it gives them one less thing to have to worry about because they know it's gonna happen. So, just saying.
He's a teenager. You're gonna listen. You're gonna hear some back talk probably. I mean, they're growing. They're going to rebel some way. They're teenagers. So you're gonna listen to it. You're gonna have to deal with it. But you still gotta remember that you're a parent, and you have to adjust your lifestyle to be able to make sure that they can adjust and learn and still grow. You can't do some of the things that I've seen her do in the past. So
the custody arrangement, it seems you both have custody and he'll spend time with you as well as with his mom. Were there any indication in your communications with Katie that like she didn't want custody, that she didn't want that responsibility, and there were problems, and she was running into some rough waters? Anything like that?
Most of my discussions were actually taken care with Chris, and Sebastian was supposed to come live with me. Chris was working on Katie on getting her to agree to it, and all I wanted was my son to come live with me. I've already got him enrolled in school. I've had him enrolled in school. I gotta find him. I gotta find him.
I want to put something up on the screen here. This is from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. They made a Facebook post. Important announcement. Attention, everyone. We want to clarify that the eyeglasses recently found are not related to Sebastian Rogers. The search operation planned for today, which is like today, has been in the works for several days. We appreciate your cooperation and understanding. My understanding is that you and your team are the ones that found these glasses?
One of my teams. I have a group of volunteers that changes pretty much throughout the day, throughout the week. So whoever's off work that wants to come to help, they come to help. Then I separate everybody in teams and I ask them to go flyer this area or flyer that area. And one of my volunteer groups found glasses. They contacted me because they couldn't get a hold of anybody they told me they couldn't get a hold of anybody at the sheriff's office. I turned around, I called my contact. They were busy. I flagged down a deputy sheriff that I saw by our volunteer area and turned around and had him wait. And I told them to put on gloves, bag them, tag them, bring them back so I could give them to the deputy sheriff that was there so that we could fill out the evidence and have a chain of evidence.
And when you saw the glasses, do you agree with this, that they couldn't be Sebastian's?
They were very similar to Sebastian's. It's been a month and a half since I've seen my son. So, it's a month and a half since I've seen his glasses. They looked really, really similar to the point that I didn't want to lose a chance that these might be evidence. So I gave them to the sheriff's department to log as evidence.
I want to play for you Katie, who spoke on YouTube to the Chronicles of Olivia, describing that morning and the night before. And I want to get your reaction to what she says happened in the house and where they were. Let's watch.
We went and picked up our niece. I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went to that and went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home, put groceries away because we got snacks because, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley. And then from there, we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. He just come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." He went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning, and that's when he went here.
Seth, you know Katie better than all of us. Obviously, you know your son so well. Is there anything in that story that doesn't make sense to you?
The inconsistencies, from what I've heard before, none of it makes sense. Things aren't, I'm not here to sling mud, but why is she asking Chris to verify what she did on Sunday when Chris wasn't here on Sunday?
That is such...
Or the fact that she said that she heard a thump on another interview and didn't bother to check on our son. There's a difference between some noise or a thump. I mean, just the information that I received from watching any of their podcasts don't make sense.
Seth, please stay with us. I have a few more questions, and I want to make sure everyone, why we're doing this is because there is a boy who is missing. There's a dad who needs your help, and Sebastian needs your help. So Seth is going to stay with us. We've got more with him, plus coming up in the next hour.
In Bolingbrook, Illinois, a potentially huge break in a huge true crime mystery. In 2007, 23-year-old Stacy Peterson disappeared. Her husband, Bolingbrook police officer...
The whole house, I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And
by the way, this is from April 3rd for some of you guys who didn't hear me.
I picked up the phone and called my husband, and I said, I can't find him. And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "He's not in this effing house. I can't find our son."
That's Katie Proudfoot describing what she says at the moment that she realized that her son, Sebastian Rogers, was missing. Sebastian's dad, Seth Rogers, is still with us tonight. Seth, again, thank you. What is the last verifiable proof of, I guess proof of life is one way to put it. I hate to say it like that, but the last time that you can verify that someone outside of that home saw him or he was on video?
It would have been Sunday, leaving Texas Roadhouse.
And what time was that about?
About 6:30.
And do you know everyone who was there at Roadhouse with Sebastian?
All I saw was as they left the building and got into Katie's car, it was just her and Sebastian.
And anything unusual about the video?
Not that I could observe from what little I saw.
And when they went to dinner and out that day, I think Katie's described being with other family members. Have any of them spoken to you? Have any of them joined in the searches?
No.
No?
No.
How about the immediate neighborhood? Have all the homes been searched? Have the people in that immediate neighborhood all been cooperative?
From my understanding, a lot of them have cooperated with law enforcement and that they've given up their video cameras footage to Sumner County sheriffs, and they've been pretty much cooperative with law enforcement.
How about
me personally? I haven't been in that neighborhood since the Wednesday afterwards. I've been around there. I've been to the Beach High School, but as for going into that neighborhood, no. I've been next door to the construction area. I researched that. I searched it on the Tuesday after he left, and then I've been there a couple times to research it. I've been to Beach High School. I've been over to the fire station when they had the EMA Mobile Command Center there.
Do you think it's possible that he would, because you know your son, that he would leave in the middle of the night, potentially barefoot, maybe with a flashlight?
It doesn't seem like my son at all. He would never leave my house in the middle of the night barefoot. And if he did, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. You know, we've left in the middle of the night. There's been times that we've gone fishing in the middle of the night. You know, we plan that sort of stuff. But him walking out the door in the middle of the night, no. It's not something he would do. It's something he's never done on me.
Is there any chance, and I know there were rules in place, but is there any chance that he could have been lured by someone either from school or somewhere else to like, hey, you know, we're doing something at night or we're going somewhere or we're going to meet up? Is that, you think that's in the realm of possibilities?
I find that highly.
I didn't add any ads to this, guys. I literally am telling you they're shut off. In fact, once this is over, I'll go back in and double check it, but they're turned off because of these videos and stuff. I'm sorry. I shut everything down before I even started this, so I don't know why they're still showing up. It is. I used to go fishing with my uncle in the middle of the night because just certain types of fish and so on and so forth will bite at night that don't bite during the day. So I don't know. Just saying. It's not super abnormal.
Highly unlikely because my son doesn't really have a concept of days or how to, or time in order to plan something like that.
What do you mean? Could you explain that?
Well, trying to get him to wear a watch is already hard enough. You know, I've had him set timers on his phone so that he remembers that, hey, it's 7 o'clock at night. I need to take my medicine. I mean, he doesn't really have a concept of time except for, you know, he's got to, when he gets woken up in the morning at his mom's, normally around 6 o'clock, he's got an hour to get up, get ready, eat his food, and be out there to catch the bus between 7:10 and 7:20. Then he goes to school. He gets out of school at 3 o'clock, and I normally call him about 3:30. But when he's here and it's a weekend or something, you know, there's no time. You know, telling him at noon we're going to head out and go fishing, and I'll sit there and watch. And he's all interested in going fishing. I'll sit there, and then he'll walk up to me. It's like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He's like, I thought we were going fishing this morning. I was like, well, what time is it? And he'll run into the kitchen and look and be like, it's 2 o'clock. And it's like, oh, well, I thought we were going to do that this morning. And you needed to let me know when that was your thing. That's what I talked to you about. You know, let's get everything ready at 11 o'clock so we can go fishing. And you've been playing with your toys. You know, playing on your video game, watching TV with me. And he was like, well, I didn't realize what time it was. And it's like, okay, well, you know, we were supposed to do that this morning. Let's go ahead and get it done now. You know, he didn't really have a concept at the time.
I want to take.
It's one of the reasons I wear a watch.
I want to take another listen to Katie and Chris from the Chronicles of Olivia here, talking more about Sebastian and get your reaction.
Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's going to be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, you know, always hungry. On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy. He kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered.
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yep. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he gets really like aggressive stance or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or if he's really upset, he like growls.
Seth, what are your thoughts about what we just saw?
They're describing my son when he was like 4 or 5.
He's different now.
Yeah.
Can you give us your routine now? I mean, I just get a sense that you're not sleeping much.
That was kind of interesting. Describing my son when he was like 4 or 5. Vinny says he's different now. And all he could say is, yeah.
How the fuck does Seth know what his son's like? He hadn't spent any time with him. He gets 4 days a month, and out of that 4 days, he's working 12 hours of those days.
Well, here's the thing, guy. You're right, Arctic and Mama Bear. It looks like that may have irritated him a bit there. But anyway, I don't think he knows him like he did when he was 4 or 5, when he was the stay-at-home dad or whatever he was at that point. So he can't describe him now. He spends, like you said, 4 days a month with him now. So that's kind of when he does describe him, he talks about every time he describes him that I've heard, he's going back to California basically and describing that scenario back then. You know what I mean?
Agreed. And did you catch the other thing that was funny?
Which probably not. What was it?
He said something about setting a timer to take medicine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So was it that you made
just
him take
can't
medicine
remember to
there,
take-
or you didn't?
Right. Yeah. No, I got you. Oh, my God. Let me catch my notes up real quick. Anybody else? Anything?
Well, the whole no concept of time got me too. I mean, you've got this child that is brilliant enough to master chess, but you're trying to tell me that he didn't have a concept of time. And even if he was having issues with that, if you promised the kid you were going to take him fishing and he's right there watching TV with you, you're not going to take the kid fishing because he lost track of time. That's a bunch of bullshit too.
I know. I found that to be really
Well,
kind of fucked up. But
We're parents. Okay, Clue, you have a child. Mama Bear has children. I don't know if you have children, Arctic, or not. But regardless, we all know how to parent if we need to. Okay. The thing is if you have a child that is struggling, my son has never been very good with counting money or telling time. So guess what? As a parent, I teach him. That's what we do as parents. They don't teach kids how to write in cursive. So what do? We teach them. That's what parents do. So do you just let this be what it is? No, you, instead of talking about it like that, you fix it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing here that he's not saying that he's doing. And Salty, great point. Remember, Chris does know more about Sebastian as his stepfather. That's sad. 100% sad to me. So maybe that's where some of the jealousy comes in that is being projected, that we're seeing, that, because he is better in that aspect. That's not his fault. That's his job as a step parent. Just like my wife is, to my other children. She was, and I'm a step parent to her other children. What's up, Cheesy? Just saying, guys. I don't know. Something is off with that. And like I said, Vinny, seems like Vinny caught it. I'm describing my child at 4 or 5. He's different now, Seth. That's a problem. Okay. Let's see. It appears to me Seth wasn't happy. Sebastian had problems and couldn't accept it. That's a bingo. Thank you, Salty. And he always he wouldn't, which is why he would not accept certain things, like it's my opinion too, about the pull-ups, where they're trying to help him to not be humiliated by urinating on himself, possibly. So we'll put something on you that'll protect the world from seeing that if it happens. so on and so forth. That's a good thing to do in some senses. No, you're going to play it the other way because you don't want to think that there could be anything wrong with your child because he's your son. Therefore, probably in his mind, it's going to reflect back to him that it had something to do with him.
And God forbid Sebastian had an accident in front of Seth, because I guarantee you he talked to him the exact same way he talked to Trev Time and be like, boy, you're too old to do this, boy. I guarantee you that's exactly how that went down.
I've been telling Clue for I don't know how long that I envision Sebastian making mistakes and this person being the type of parent that will walk up behind him and pop him in the back of the head and say, "Get your shit together, boy." That's how I envision this. I'm telling you, I'm sorry, but that's how he projects himself.
If I could open my mouth.
I know. But again, I'm just telling you, I see these things because that's how he's projecting himself. Sorry, bro. I'm not trying to be a rude person. I'm just saying we say what we see. Sorry. So just saying, and yes, I agree with you on that too, Arctic. 100%.
Allegedly.
Yes, I know. 100% allegedly, in my opinion. Okay. Moving on. Agreed. You can Clue Lapo Loud call me. There you go.
That you are out.
No. You're saying all non-custodial parents are deadbeats? Absolutely not.
Oh, no.
Not even remotely. I don't know how you even got that opinionated, but no. Absolutely not. Not at all. I'm not a deadbeat, and I was a non-custodial parent in the beginning until I got custody of my kids. Just saying, not all of them. There are some. And you don't have to be a custodial parent to be a deadbeat, or a non-custodial parent to be a deadbeat.
Not all custodial parents are a little food stamp, not paying their child support, not paying any attention to their kids. So.
Oh my God. Kidnap with this. The kidnap with our thing.
Oh my God, brother. I love it. I love it. I don't know where this, it just comes like that too. That's what kills me.
I know.
And you're not to think about it. It's there. Was somebody going to say something? No. Okay. Thank you once again, Arctic. We love you, sir. Let's see. We aren't saying anything about that. I have two dads and I love them both. Amen. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Salty. That's all opinionated. They did say that. Who did say that? Who are you talking about, opinionated? Nobody said that, though.
Oh, I know that person that you're highlighting right there.
I've never seen any problems with this before. I'm not. No. Absolutely not at all. So I'm sorry you think that, but you're wrong. Sorry.
Get back under your bridge.
What's that?
I said, get back under your bridge.
Oh, yeah. Trolls are trolls.
Organizing, you're getting the word out. What is each day like for you? And what are your thoughts about where his mom is, Katie, which is not in town anymore?
Chris and Katie Proudfoot are they're adults. They're responsible for themselves. I'm Seth Rogers. I'm looking for my son, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I'm his dad. He's missing. I have to find him. It doesn't look like they're doing it, so I'll do it on my own if I have to.
Okay, hold on a minute. Once again, in every divorce, there's one non-custodial parent. That doesn't mean they don't want. Nobody said they didn't. Where are you getting this from?
Is it that same person?
It's a yeah, it is. I just don't understand where that's coming from. Nobody's mentioned that at all.
I'm trying to tell you, use your mods. It's just derailing the show. I'm just saying.
All right, well, pay attention then. Or I mean, they do, but I'm just catching it.
I will say this, though, opinionated. Let me just say this. Seth had an opportunity a year ago to get Sebastian, so if he really wanted to see Sebastian more that much, he would have jumped on that opportunity when he had the chance.
No, instead he gave them the opportunity to fix his behavior, which I think is bullshit. Sorry. That's my opinion. Opinionated. Moving on. Go ahead, Mods. Do your thing.
I'll ask for people to come help. If they don't, then I'll do it myself. I've always been like that. You know, you can't rely on people. Luckily enough, I'm finding people that I can rely on currently to help me find my son, and I appreciate everybody that is showing up. We've gotten people that have showed up from Ohio. We've gotten people that showed up from Missouri. We've got people that have come in from Florida. Everybody, we got people in the community that are showing up. They're upset and they're mad at how Chris and Katie are behaving in this, but they're human.
This is where this stuff starts at. Okay, this is where the problem comes from. Okay, there is no reason that any of direction needs to be pointed at anything at this point during these questions, but he's purposely making that happen. They're angry, they're mad at Chris and Katie and this and that and everything. Blah, blah. That doesn't need to be said to answer these questions. You're adding that to make that the narrative. Okay, that's the problem I have with the way these interviews were done. And I'm not saying it's the interviewer's fault at all. It's just this is what has happened, guys. That's why we're at this point. And it definitely was before this, Victoria. I do agree with that. I'm just saying that's how this all went. So it was happening before he got involved. He took what has already happened. That fire was brewing, little fire there, and dumped all sorts of gas on top of it and just kept it going and going and going and going. Speaking of bonfire.
I'm sorry, but I can't discredit the fact that what you're even saying is almost like what a child would say. Well,
it is.
It doesn't look like they're going to do it, so I'm going to have to.
It's all very juvenile. I agree. Very, very immature and juvenile, and it always has been. Okay, the uncomfortable. How can I say this? The uncomfortable and definitely at the wrong time, joking and comments that are definitely inappropriate. Come on now, you know. And listen, guys, the interviewers, especially channels like this is what they have to do. It's their job. They're going to do what they're supposed to do. They're reading from a teleprompter, so on and so forth. So I don't blame them. That's the, you know, court TV, whatever. But he could also hold back and not do that. But he's choosing not to, is what I'm saying at this point. So that's all. I will shut up now.
I mean, when none of us are without fault, just I would think that parents would and should act different.
Seth, thank you.
I'm going to find it.
I hear it in your voice. I see it in your eyes. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you and Sebastian. Obviously, we're going to keep his picture on the screen as much as we can, night after night. Thank you so much, Seth. Good luck in the search, and please try to make sure you're taking. I know you don't worry about yourself, but please take care of yourself too, as well, Seth.
I will. I'll be around here long after I find Sebastian.
All right. Thank you, Seth. All right. When we come back, folks, we're going to continue looking at this. We're going to speak with Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia. I know you've seen it on TikTok. You've seen it on YouTube. She spoke with Katie and Chris Proudfoot. She's going to join us next.
Widow 33. Very cool picture. This is not to be rude or anything, but I ask this respectfully, and we all have. Every one of us has asked this or made this statement. Does Seth have the mindset of a teenager himself? I'm going to say, in my opinion, absolutely. I absolutely believe that he very well could be on the spectrum as well. He makes a lot of comments that come off very teenager-like, 15, 16-year-old mindset, okay? And he's been that way through this whole thing. The inappropriate comments at inappropriate times, the joking at weird parts in interviews, you know, saying things like, you're not asking the right questions. Stuff like that. It's just like
immature.
Very immature.
Well, I personally have my own theories on the whole inappropriate.
I know what you're. Yeah.
But,
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, how many of you followed the Sophie Long case?
I didn't follow it, but I know about it. I'll say that much.
Okay. So Michael Long showed behavior very, very similar to Seth.
Mm-hmm.
And throwing the other parties under the bus, grifting off of Sophie's disappearance, the works. And it turns out he knew where Sophie was the entire time, was hiding her out. And I truly, the more I see Seth's deception, the more I see his story evolving, changing, and everything else, the more I see him making money off of this case, the more I mean, he literally said, I know where Sebastian is, I just don't have the resources. I mean, or he's probably playing a video game with a friend. You're just not asking the right questions. And I have bit my tongue and sat on my hands for as long as I can, but I really think this is a situation where, okay, the anniversary date of the divorce is the day that Sebastian went missing and Katie blew up his nuclear family. We have to explore the possibility that Seth knows where Sebastian's at and he arranged for Sebastian to go missing so that he could pull Katie back into his life.
Good Lord have mercy.
What?
Clue.
What?
Nothing. I'm just saying, like, this has been talked about, bro. You ain't far off the beaten path with anything. So a lot of people have gone down this path because this is this man's own fault because of the way he presents everything. Okay. And I said it this morning. I said it last night. I said it the day before that and 2 weeks before that. And it's just gotten worse every day. It looks like at this point that he does not want anybody to find this child. Okay. Because
honey, you preaching to them.
Everything that is being done is deterring people, not helping, but it's deterring people from going in that direction. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist or down in any kind of weird ass rabbit hole. What we're seeing in front of us is making us make these decisions. Okay.
Well, you have things that that, in my opinion,
yes,
could possibly back that up. So
absolutely. And there's things that some of us know that we can't put out. And I'm not trying to piss anybody off by saying that because we don't have any actual factual proof. And I'm not going to do that kind of thing. And neither is she or anybody else. Okay. But there are things that have been sent to us, told to us by certain sources that say, hey, do you know this? Do you know that? Okay, thank you. But, and it does look and sound like something that's real and could make some serious ass sense. But again, because, you can't do that kind of thing. You can't put stuff out until it's proven. When it's proven, then okay, here we go. But just saying, guys, just saying. There's a lot of questionable things that have happened thus far, and they continue to happen. Okay. It's just strange, very strange that this case that started off on February 26th as a 15-year-old missing autistic child has turned into what this is. I've had people in here from day one that have been with me for a long time saying, Dago, this is not what you think it is. This case is not what you think it's going to be. This is not your average, everyday run-of-the-mill missing persons case. This is something completely different. So watch what you're doing. Very strange. Very strange. So we'll see what happens, guys.
Hey guys, I'm out here in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I just posted a video where a whole group of volunteers and myself were in the woods back here, and 6 cadaver dogs picked up and hit a certain area by these train tracks. And I'm going to show you the footage right here that I took of one of the cadaver dogs that they had.
Welcome back. That's Olivia Vitale from the Chronicles of Olivia. You've seen her on TikTok, YouTube, doing compelling work in the world of true crime. There, at the time of one of the searches for Sebastian, she also went to the house and interviewed Sebastian's mom and stepdad. Take a look.
In today's video, I interviewed the mother and stepfather of Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old who vanished from Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 26th of 2024. He vanished and hasn't been seen since.
Although he doesn't like to be dirty, it's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness, because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast.
And joining me right now, the TikTok.
Now I'm going to point something out that has been done throughout this entire case for a reason, okay, to prove something that I've been stating and others have as well. All right, so when this interview was done, it was watched by everybody, of course. and then it was ridiculed by everybody. All of us have picked it apart, talked about it, looked at it, whatever. When this part right here was talked about with the chocolate milk around his mouth, as we can all tell that that's what that is. We've all had kids that do that with the little drink rings and stuff. There's people from that side of things that have come over here and said, that's a bruise. See, that's a bruise. That's a bruise. He was abused. What? This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. The bullshit that has been pushed to bring this narrative forward that it doesn't exist. Okay. And it needs to stop, which is why we're back here doing this.
No, it really does, because even in the photo with an actual one on it, no one picks it up.
100%. Thank you. Thank you.
So doesn't have awareness, because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast.
And joining me right now, the TikToker behind Chronicles of Olivia Vitale. Olivia, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really do appreciate it. Let me start here. You go to the home, to the house. When you walked in there and you met Sebastian's mom and stepdad, what were some of the first impressions that you had?
In terms of my first impressions, they were very nice. I went with my mother, along with a colleague of mine who works for Crime Scene Collective, which I'm an executive producer on. And they were welcoming, nice, and that's how they treated us.
Did you get to walk around the house at all? Did you see his room, anything? Or did they just want to sit and do the interview?
So they did want me to see Sebastian's room, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance to. I got so carried away with his mother. She was showing me pictures of Sebastian and it was a bittersweet moment. However, my colleague Ethan did enter Sebastian's room with Chris, and what my colleague tells me is that the room was clean, it was ordinary, there was a private bathroom, a twin bed, and a window that faces the front yard.
I've looked at it. It seems like a really beautiful neighborhood, great house. It's where you would want to raise a family. You were taking part in some of the searches there. Can you describe the area, the areas where the searches were, the area around the house? How would you describe all of that?
Well, the area is fairly wooded. There is, it's the suburbs. There's neighborhoods, but there are areas near we searched near one of the highways and just kind of around in the area. But there is trees and forest in that area. It's outside of Nashville. There's definitely more, as you can see, forest and yeah.
So what was your takeaway from that interview? This is a story. I know you cover a lot of stories, but this is one where everyone who's looking at this feels like there's nothing. There's not a clue. There's like no information. This is a 15-year-old who seemingly has vanished. Is there anything that sort of struck you as, well, wait a minute, that doesn't happen. Something happened here, and maybe something you're thinking about, something that maybe folks on the ground there were thinking about could have happened here? Because like from the outside looking in, it's like this young man just vanished.
You know, it's a mystery. I wish I had the answer to that question. I mean, I didn't see anything unusual in their home. It's actually very beautiful, very spacious, and it's a beautiful neighborhood, a lot of big houses. And they were very nice and cordial with me and my mother and my friend, Ethan. And I have no idea. It is a mystery. In terms of the conference yesterday, the chief deputy did say there's no evidence to suggest foul play.
I know. So, but something happened, right? We all know that something happened. Either he was lured outside, walked outside, or something else happened. What's the lingering question that you have tonight, Olivia, about Sebastian and what happened here, or what question needs to be answered?
In terms of a question that needs to be answered, I mean, it is a mystery. I wonder about security footage, or if possibly maybe there's somewhere out there a certain building or something that may have just that one bit of security footage, or that could show maybe something, or maybe someone out there knows something and they just need to see Sebastian's face, which is really important. I think the point of the interview is to bring awareness to Sebastian, and that's something that another thing is we didn't want to focus on speculation or rumor-driven theories, just facts that could lead to hopefully find Sebastian.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Obviously, everyone is watching your interview, and everyone that watches it sees his face. Everyone that sees his face, now you spread it, and hopefully someone out there has that one lead that leads to an answer here. Olivia Vitale, great to have you on the program. Chronicles of Olivia, TikTok, YouTube, everywhere. Great work you're doing. Thanks so much.
Okay, so we got that one down. Any comments, questions, issues, anything?
She didn't want to focus on speculation and bullshit theories. Did she finally find a soul? Because that's kind of been her MO all along.
Mm-hmm.
I think she, honestly, in my opinion, got away from some of the more negative influences on her.
Yeah, and I mean, she was probably overwhelmed by the true, who they were, being the way she was greeted by them and all that. You can't really come out against somebody unless they give you even an inkling of a reason to. They didn't. So what's she going to say? You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. All right, moving forward. Let's see here. So we went through that, and that. We're gonna look at this. This was just a news release. Again, I'm trying to cover as much of all of this as I can. All right, move forward. Boom.
Return. They spoke exclusively with our Holly Thompson earlier today. Holly, live in Hendersonville there at the command center. Oh, Holly, how are they doing?
I tell you, obviously very emotional. Sebastian's mother, Katie, she broke down several times during our interview today. I mean, as you can imagine, this just touches that mama's heart, and she wants him to come home. And we listen in.
This was March 4th. This might be the one interview. If it's the same one, I'll change it up. But I thought this was the other one with the hands.
And she talks about what these last 8 days have been like for the family. How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one.
Okay, so this is the same interview, just in a different format than what we watched yesterday, so I won't do that to you guys. Hold on. I thought this was the one with the hands. Give me a second here. I have so many that I downloaded, it's hard to keep up with it. One second.
You couldn't have downloaded that one.
This one here?
No, with the hands.
No, but I thought that's the one it was when I looked at the title on it. So is that one gone?
Nope.
Who did that one? Do you remember?
She did.
Olivia did?
It's like it's a news one, but it's only on Facebook.
Okay. That was why I couldn't. Maybe that's why I mistook it then. All right, we'll go to this one next then. All right, so this one is March 25th, and we all know what this one is. And this isn't super long, so we should be okay. I'm sorry to anybody in here ahead of time. Just bear with it, guys. Please, and thank you.
What is this one? I can't tell. Hold on.
Aunt Nancy. Aunt Nancy.
Hey, girl.
So I know a lot of people don't care for her, but I thought it was a decent interview, and it's just another piece of this we need to look at. So I sped it up a little bit. If you need me to slow it down, let me know. I know, Running Bear. I get it. Believe me. We'll see what we see. If, again, you need me to do anything with it, let me know. All right, off we go.
26, Monday morning, 6 a.m. From everything we can tell, that is the moment that Sebastian's mom and stepdad realize he's gone. For just one moment, imagine that. You go in your child's room where you find your child every single school day morning and you wake them up, but at 6 a.m., he's not there. Can you imagine what must have gone through their minds? First of all, I want you to hear what his bio mom, Katie Proudfoot, says. Listen.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
Can't find him. Where is he? And in the last days, we learned that the official law enforcement search is actually scaling back. This as TikTokers and YouTubers are flooding the area, conducting their own searches. Listen to Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy, Sumner County Sheriff's.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
We are trying to determine what happened when this young boy, an autistic young boy, seemingly walks out of his own home in the middle of the night, we think, barefoot. How did that happen? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on SiriusXM 111. We've read a lot online. We've seen a lot of theories, a lot of speculation. But let's start with what we know to be true. Joining me right now, an all-star panel. But first, I'm going to go to two special guests joining us, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, he goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight, or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home?
No,
okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing, so I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side, and the other 2 bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so your master bedroom is on one side of the house, and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a 3rd bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where is Faith's bedroom as it relates to Sebastian's bedroom?
It's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is on the front side of the house.
Okay. So his bedroom is away from Faith's bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's room on a top floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story. So everything's flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a Ring doorbell cam?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have the two of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
Okay, let's stop there for a second, because there's been so much talk about this stuff. So at that point in time, at this time, first of all, yes, they're in the camper, because I do believe this was when they had left to go to Mississippi because he was going to work or something like that. She went with him because it was a recommendation, I believe, from law enforcement to get the hell away from her house because of all the craziness that was going on. the threats and so on and so forth. So that's why they're there. There is no burglar alarm at this point in time and no ring camera at this time. That's clarified here. Okay. Anybody have anything else with this so far?
Let me just address Paula real quick. Paula,
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that Seth had anything to do with it. I said it was a theory that needed to be explored. Yes, I do think that if the theory took place, it likely was someone that Sebastian didn't know, because Seth has access to tons of criminals who he himself has said would do just about anything for him. So yes, I do think it is a possibility. And why would he do that? To pull Katie back into his circle. Why does he dog Katie? To punish her for blowing up his perfect nuclear family. He said, I mean, you have to go and listen to everything Seth has said from start to finish to come to where I'm at right now. You're muted, Dago.
Well, I'm muted like I always am. Stupid ass. Sorry, guys. I agree with that. Okay. And this is just, it's a speculative theory based on what we have seen up to this point that he has put out himself. Okay. People's minds work certain ways. That's all there is to it. There's no factual proof, obviously, or it would have been solved at this point. But it's just another theory that, based on what we have seen, what we do know, it makes sense in some ways, guys. So I agree. You know, I have to say I agree on that. And I know a few other people do as well. So moving forward. Here we go.
I did.
Those questions out of the way. Was Faith in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I'm not going to be playing all of them up. I'm going to be going and skipping through like important ones. And then once we get close to where we're at now, we don't need that because we've seen all that. So just so everybody knows.
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed. And that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
They have a big pen.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were they on that night?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out the whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
There's two lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah, those are on.
Oh, there's a light above the garage that's on at all times?
There's two. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So those lights were on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info. And I was trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But I understand from your previous interviews that nothing of any evidentiary value was caught. And also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the two flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that two flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
You're very correct.
Okay. Question regarding your vehicles. Ms. Proudfoot, what make and model do you drive?
I drive a Infinity SUV.
Year?
2017.
And sir, what do you drive?
I drive a diesel truck, Chevrolet.
Year?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's a 2021, I think.
So your Infinity SUV was parked in the garage or outside the garage that night, Ms. Proudfoot?
In the garage.
In the garage. And Mr. Proudfoot, your vehicle was on location in Memphis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's only one car at the home. Is that right?
There was actually a work vehicle in the driveway at the time as well, but it hasn't moved. we can't give out that information because we don't have permission from her work.
I don't understand that. What?
About the make and model of the vehicle.
I have a work van that was also parked in the driveway.
Why is that? If it's out in the driveway where people can see it, why is that privileged information?
We just don't have permission from her company to divulge that information.
Have you asked?
No, ma'am, we have not. Nobody's asked us
So
that
that
question.
was okay. So you have a work van. Question to you, Ms. Proudfoot, what do you do for a living?
I am an installation technician.
That night, was the work van blocking your driveway? Could someone go in and out of your driveway?
The van is parked at the back of my driveway, so someone can pull in, yes.
Got it. Do you park your Infiniti SUV in the garage or outside the garage?
In the garage.
In the garage. Do you have an automatic garage door?
With the clicker.
Right. Do you leave that up or down at night?
Down.
Could anybody lift it up? Like, is there an on and off button outside, or do you have to know a code or have the clicker to open it?
You'd have to know the code or have the clicker.
Does Sebastian know the code?
Not to the garage door, but to the man doors.
Not to the garage door, but to the house doors?
The regular door, yes.
So is there a code to get in your home, or do you use a regular key?
There's a code.
And he knows that code?
Yes, ma'am.
Question. I'm just trying to figure out how he would have gotten out, or if somebody came into the home. Could they have gotten through the garage door? No, unless they know the code or had the clicker, which they did not. Do you lock your doors at night?
Yes, ma'am.
Could he have left on his own through those doors?
He could, yes, ma'am.
But I heard in another interview where Mr. Proudfoot said he was not a, quote, wanderer. He didn't wander around. He never left the home before on his own. Is that right?
Correct. We haven't had issues with him running or taking off in the past.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Not directly from our house.
Well, then from where?
That's what we were hoping that neighborhood Ring cameras and may have picked something up.
Gotcha. I want to go back to that night. You said you were up till midnight. You were reading something. What were you reading?
A chapter for school.
A chapter for school. Are you in school?
I was, yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
DeVry.
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate, inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
A thud. You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not know.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on?
Mulch and bushes.
Did you say mulch or mush?
Mulch.
Mulch.
Mulch. Okay. Got it. Has he ever gone out the window before?
No, ma'am.
Is his room on the front of the house or the back of the house?
Front.
Front. Do any of your neighbors' ring cams point toward your house? Could they pick that up?
They do, but it's so dark that they can only see after it gets so dark at night. They can only see certain things where there's light.
I thought there were the two lights on
the opposite side of the house.
Okay. Can we talk about Sebastian's shoes? Why are you convinced Sebastian left without shoes on? Or are you?
Well, the reason that came about is because all of his shoes are accounted for inside the house still.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
How do you know what clothes he was wearing?
The clothes that we described are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed.
That morning, you woke up at 6 o'clock. Is that the normal time you wake up?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a heavy sleeper?
Off and on.
Do you take any medication at night that would make you sleep?
No, ma'am.
But you heard nothing?
I did not know.
So we know he is alive and well at 10 p.m. At 6 a.m. He's gone. You say he's never left before. Is that right?
Correct. He's never run off before.
And can I confirm, where was his bio dad at the time he went missing?
I believe he was at work in Nashville.
Had there been any family argument or altercation prior to him going missing?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Prophet, when did you leave town?
Early February.
So you had been gone for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Had you visited home since you left?
You said from when I initially left?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th. The morning I was told he was missing.
From the time that you left for the job in Memphis to February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I was home. I can't give exact dates. Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates, but I had been home multiple times prior to February. And then I left early February and then didn't come back till February 26th. The morning he was missing.
So you were not home from the time you left early February till Feb 26th. Is that right?
Correct, ma'am.
Where were you living in Memphis?
I have an RV trailer that I stay in at an RV park.
RV park. Okay. Following back up on that morning, you search the home, Ms. Proudfoot. Then you get in your vehicle and you start searching. Did Sebastian know how to drive?
No, ma'am.
Was your car in the same location when you woke up that morning as it was the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
Has your car been searched by police?
Multiple times. Yes, ma'am.
Have scent dogs looked at your car?
Yes, ma'am.
So your car's in the same place. You get in the car, you start looking in the neighborhood for him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you call Mr. Proudfoot, right?
I believe I was already on the phone with him at that point.
Okay. Question. Who called 911?
I did.
You did.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
time?
Without looking at the call log, I can't give you the exact time, but on or about 6:20.
And had you guys been talking on the phone before 6 a.m. or did you initially call Mr. Proudfoot at the time you realized Sebastian was gone?
I called him when I realized Sebastian was gone.
Have you guys been out looking for Sebastian?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We were given information that you guys have left the home. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I'm going back to work.
You're going back to work. What about you, Ms. Proudfoot?
No, I'm not going back to work. Not yet, at least.
Did you leave the home also, Ms. Proudfoot?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Okay. When will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
The house is not up for sale, Robin. Does anybody else want to clarify that for me too? Or has that changed?
I mean,
As far as I know, the house ain't up for sale.
No, I don't. It hasn't been. That's an old rumor that was not right ever to begin with. So it's not up for sale, dear. Never has been since it started. So
then why are you going?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
I've got a question for you. I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian.
no problem.
What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot. Mr. Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood how you were asking, Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's the majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's awkwardly socially blending in with students. So it's a little, he's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. And then the kids don't really accept that too much. So it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue. And instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
We're lying about doing
Was that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
What happened?
At the time, my ex-wife fled to New Mexico with my daughter. We were going through a custody and a divorce case at that time. And at the time, when I'd call and try to check in on my daughter, I could never reach my ex-wife at that time. So a welfare check was requested. Law enforcement told me to call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS. Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Then was there even a CPS complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself are well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Was there a TRO taken out against you regarding your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
A temporary protective order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved. I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding Fate's furniture.
Yes,
a few days after Sebastian goes missing, did you replace furniture in Fate's room?
No, ma'am, I have not replaced any furniture in my daughter's room.
Is there any new furniture in the home?
Yes, ma'am, there's a bed that was given to me and it's currently in my garage.
Has anything been taken out of the home?
No, ma'am.
I was curious about a statement that Ms. Proudfoot made earlier that canine dogs hit on the barn around the home and near a retention pond. Did that happen?
I'm not sure about the barn, but the retention pond, yes.
Because law enforcement says the dogs did not hit, but Ms. Proudfoot says they did hit around the retention pond.
So there's been a lot of miscommunication in regards to what is and what is not. To help clear that up, law enforcement has actually spoken directly with me, showed me a few things. What I can tell you is from day one, there was 5 dogs that started the scent for the search. And then after that, from the next 8 days out from that, there have been dogs from all over the country that have come in and done searches and had scent hits in various locations. But I would say that a certain percentage of them tend to go toward the same spot, which would have been a retention pond.
So the law enforcement dogs did not hit on the retention pond. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they did. There was at least 3 that I know for a fact that did hit on the retention pond.
And the pond has been drained, correct? And there was nothing there?
Yes, ma'am. They have walked it, drained it, and there's nothing. The retention pond was only knee deep anyways.
On one occasion, Mr. Proudfoot, you stated that you and Mrs. Proudfoot have been, quote, vetted and cleared of foul play. That was stated on Chronicles of Olivia. Is that true? What do you mean by that?
Yes. So after working with law enforcement of all agencies, they have actually told us that there is no foul play, no nefarious issues. We've been cleared of all wrongdoing. We are working extremely cooperative with all law enforcement agencies at any point in time that they've called, come to the house, anything.
Was Sebastian angry or upset?
Interesting. Okay. So, comments? Anybody? So far, or at that comment alone? If everybody's still awake.
This whole interview, she was really harsh.
Very much so. I think they handled this one actually pretty good for the way she was.
They did excellent, you know, and she's always harsh, but it just seemed like she was extra harsh to me.
Well, she was definitely trying to find something, and if you watch the way she interviewed them as compared to the way she interviewed Seth, you can tell there's a whole difference. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yep, I agree.
I'm gonna say this: none of them have been cleared. That's been stated. We all know that, okay? But I want to believe that he was told that. You know, he's not going to say that if you can prove differently. Nobody's going to say something like that. I know that he's talked to other people. We've talked to him a few times. Okay, so you know nobody's cleared. Okay, but cleared from foul play, nefarious action, so on and so forth. So on and yeah. So I'm gonna go with that for now until law enforcement comes out and tells me something different, and that's kind of what I'm gonna sit with on that. Now, then we're also back to again. Remember, we're supposed to not know anything else at this point, but it is what it is. So that there were 3 dogs that hit on that retention pond, and we've been told by law enforcement though that they didn't. Right? Wrong?
Right, but the radio chatter tells different.
Exactly, and this has been a struggle from all of us, for all of us, because of this back and forth stuff on this. You know what I mean? How far does KP and CP live from where Seth lives? Not miles, minutes. Does anybody include? Do you happen to know how far of a distance, minute wise, they may live apart?
Well, I'm sorry. Ask that again.
Do you happen to know the distance in minute wise that Seth and Chris and Katie live apart from each other, minute wise, roughly?
No.
No. Okay.
It's about an hour and a half.
Okay. Oh, there. Well, there you go, Mom. Thank you. Good stuff. Again, so like I said, we're being told that this was not a hit at the retention pond, but he's clearly saying 3 dogs hit there. We heard the audio multiple times, and we're going to listen to it again because it's all part of this. So there's that. Claudia says, according to Julia, who recently spoke to Max's handler, the dogs did hit on Sebastian's scent. Why are we being told that they didn't then? This is the struggling question. Hold on a minute.
That's so crazy because
would they talk to her and tell her some information like that though?
I mean, if she's working with them, possibly, but the only people that have ever said those actually weren't hits is Zoe.
Right.
To the public, right?
And is that because they want people to leave that alone for some reason? Maybe to help with their investigation?
Who knows?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we know that the law enforcement will maybe lie or bend the truth to help their investigation along, to keep people from getting spooked sometimes, to keep people away from something sometimes until they can get their inner investigation done. So yeah, we will definitely be covering the audio, guys. That's no problem. That's part of what this is all going to be about, to go back over that again, because it's part of the investigation from the beginning. So okay, Steve, thank you. Welcome, Death Grips. I thought it was one of 5 dogs, and therefore it was up for interpretation. It was always 3 dogs that we heard from the beginning, on at least that I did. Okay, and then we did hear in the audio, there's 1 dog that we hear that's a canine dog by the name of Max that you can hear the radio traffic about. The other stuff I don't have the info on. I will definitely try to find it though. Okay, moving forward, I think that's it then. Nobody has any questions or comments. Let's go.
Before he disappeared?
No, ma'am.
Not to my knowledge.
What is your theory about where is Sebastian?
I wish I knew where he was, to be honest.
Your theory.
I think it's possible that someone has my son.
Why?
Because I feel like if he had been close to the house or had walked off, that we would have found him by now with as many people as we had searching.
Okay, so this is Katie's theory at that time. That someone, and I think she says it again in another interview, that she feels like somebody has her son. And her reasoning behind that is because she feels like that they would have found him if somebody would have taken him, or if he'd have taken off or something like that at this point, for as many people as they had searching, which does make some sense. She's not claiming anybody in particular, but that makes sense. Anybody with anything on that?
We also know that she said that he's not a runner.
That's very true. So there's that. He's not a runner, so he would not normally run away per se. He's never eloped before. We know that too. But I have to say, I will argue with that one, because there's always a first time, especially in that situation, for that to happen. It can happen at any time without even in any kind of, knowledge of it coming up. So let's see here. That's a good point, Arctic. That's a good point. Maybe we can have that happen. Let me see here. If he believes he was justified in spanking with the belt 3 years ago, that was only one time, then Sebastian hasn't done anything ever since to justify another spanking in 3 years. I don't know, but, maybe not to that drastic of a measure. Okay. Let me see here. Julia said the dog hit on a scent. We don't know whose, but it hit on something. Good point. That's a good point. And again, we will figure that out too, hopefully. Maybe. We'll see. I'm just trying to check through chat here real quick to see a few of these comments too. My mom, thank you for putting that up. There's Nonsense's link, guys. She was in here a few minutes ago too, Miss Becky. She's got a great channel. Please check her out if you have not yet. The name of the channel tells the whole story. Per KP. Night mom woke up next morning, couldn't find him, so I called my husband and we decided to go camping. My opinion. Okay. That's not what it was, though. They didn't go, tis me, they didn't go camping. He was going back to work. Okay. Please understand that came out of his own mouth. He had to go back to work because of all of the threats that were coming her way and all the drama surrounding her house, people showing up in front of their house at all times and nights, days, all times, day and night. Sorry. It was recommended to her, maybe you should go with him when he goes back for a little while. So she went with him so he could get set up at his job site for whatever job that was at that time. And then she was coming back, which she did. So it wasn't going camping. You guys, some of these, I don't know where these, these ideals come from. I'm sure I could guess, but they didn't go camping. They didn't go to have fun. She went there to get away from her home for a little while. They put up flyers and stuff, from my understanding as well. And then she came back. That's it. It definitely was not a vacation, Sky. Thank you. Not even remotely. I think that's where some people's animosity. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
I just wanted to address voice for the voiceless, or voices. I do really believe that I have issues with Julia too. I think that she has really inserted herself into all the wrong channels on this platform, and she's very qualified. I will not deny her qualifications, but she's also got a production company, and I really am just anticipating the Netflix special once everything's said and done.
Agreed, and I'll tell you why I started having problems with Julia right off the bat, because she came out claiming that Truth Not Feelings was this guy right here. Okay. First of all, they don't even sound alike to me. Even if he were to change his voice, there's no sound. But then again, that's fine. I have seen Truth. I know exactly what he looks like, what he sounds like, who he is. And I've talked to Chris. I know who he is too. She came out and blatantly said she has proof that she's filing charges that Truth Not Feelings is Chris Proudfoot. Come on, folks. It's ridiculous. So therefore, I made my judgment of the type of person she is and who she is at that point. And I agree with him. With her production company, I guarantee you there's going to be something that comes from this. I don't know exactly what, how, but it will be something. Expect it. Thank you, Barbie. All the crazy people stalking them, I'd leave my home too. 100%. Thank you so much for the super chat, Barbie, and for being here to support this. I appreciate you very much. Very, very much. I had a problem with her $1 dog. I got you. I got you. And again, I want to say again, I agree with Arctic. I'm not saying she's not qualified. I don't think any of us don't think that she's qualified to do what she does, but I think emotionally and mentally, she's maybe not qualified to be doing this. I watch her break down multiple times over things that don't make any sense. I'm not telling people how to have their emotions, but you got to kind of be a little stronger about certain things when you're doing stuff like this, you know, I would think, and definitely more professional. To go at somebody that you don't even know and defame their character in that sense, that's not professional, folks. I'm just saying. And to be completely wrong about it is the biggest part of it, okay? So, you know, that is something that Truth is a completely different person. And so is Chris. Like, putting them together as the same person is wrong in all ways. So, just saying. That's all. Moving on.
Have you checked his social media?
Oh, wait. Sorry. Congrats, Music City Mom, too. Thank you for becoming part of the sauce, becoming a meatball, part of this family, this community. We appreciate you very much. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy being here with us. Thank you.
He doesn't have social media.
Have you checked his phone?
His phone has been thoroughly checked. Yes, ma'am.
Have you handed your phones to police, both of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Has police searched all of your devices, your laptop, your iPad, everything?
Everything. Yes, ma'am.
Other than you, Miss Proudfoot, who is the last person that saw or heard Sebastian alive the Sunday before he went missing?
Two of his aunts, a cousin, and the staff where we had dinner.
And that was at BJ's the night before, or the bowling alley?
Okay, so we have two aunts and a cousin. I do not know who they are, but I don't think it's really... I think if it would have been a big deal or important, that Ellie would have probably brought something out about that at some point. But two aunts and a cousin, Katie, were the last to see him that night. And moving on.
So BJ's, and then we went to the bowling alley, and then after the bowling alley, we went to dinner before coming home.
I want to follow up again on the dogs hitting. Earlier, Ms. Prophet had stated the dogs hit around the house, the barn, and at the retention pond. Is that correct?
I don't know about the barn, but I do know that they did track to the pond, yes.
Did the dogs also hit around the house?
Yes, ma'am.
On the outside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so again, there it is. We have the retention pond. There is no knowledge about a barn. Has anybody else heard anything about this barn or any hits at this barn?
I personally don't remember hearing anything about the barn.
Right.
Other than the mannequin in the barn.
Of course. The stupid mannequin thing. And then now we're hearing on the outside and around the house, of course, which is not surprising. If he lived in the house, they're going to hit on the house on the outside. He took the garbage out, so there's that too. And he walks around the house. I'm sure it's going to hit on the outside of the house somewhere. Just as much as it probably hit when they were inside the house in different areas because he lives in there. Red 5 as asking, has Chris ever been asked / given his opinion as to what he thinks happened? You know, I can't remember the times that I was on the panel with him, if I remember that question, but anybody in here, Clue or Truth, you guys were on panels when I wasn't with him. Do you remember that question or him giving an answer to a question like that or a theory?
Not, no, not online. You can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, sorry. I was muted again, I think. And again, can you hear me, Clue?
I can now.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I heard what you said though. Thank you. And Salty says, sorry, I had to step away, but I'm back. And Julia did talk to Max, Max's dog handler, and allegedly he confirmed Max had a scent. Sorry. Okay, so there's the confirmation. Then okay, if he's willing to confirm that, we've heard Chris and Katie say that, we've heard the audio say that. Why are they saying that there wasn't? What's up with this? Thank you, Salty. Any ideas, anyone? I mean, I'm just guessing that they're saying that. I'm guessing that, in my opinion at least, is that they pulled that back because it may have something very important to do with this case, and that could have broke the integrity of the case by letting that out.
I don't think they ever anticipated that all that dispatch audio would end up on YouTube for millions of people to hear.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Good point. I don't even know how that got released, to be honest with you. That makes exact sense to me.
I mean, it's public record, right?
Right. So I gotta wonder. It makes me wonder, seriously, if that really is an actual, like, real deal clue as to something that happened to him at that point. Because I've always been kind of stuck with that, of course. I don't know. Ellie never said dogs didn't hit on a track. What they said was it didn't lead to evidence of Sebastian. Okay, well, that is true. Thank you, Katie. So there again, take it.
Really? Because I could swear their story to the public was different. It went into the road, stopped at the road.
I did hear that, yes. Then it went to the edge of the driveway, it stopped there, sniffed around. I actually watched it. And then it goes across the road to, like, directly across the street from their house, but on the same road. Sniffed there, came back towards the driveway, and that was it. It lost it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I remember. And then after that is when we heard that it's not confirmed to be Sebastian's scent, but it did pick up a scent. Okay. I got you. So then that's when the whole retention pond scent thing came up after that. So I got to wonder.
Dago, see Steve King's comment.
Sent you a clip in the email. Okay. All right. Hold on a minute then. Well, do you want me to go to that right now or finish this video? Everybody?
Let's clear it up now if it clears it up.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Give me one moment. Okay, Steve, I don't see anything from you in my email. Did you send it to the right email address? Mayoris74@gmail.com. Or maybe it went into spam or something. Let me double check. What would it be titled? Nope, that's not it. How long ago did you send it? Nope, nothing there. Let me check it again. Nothing in there either. By the way, Leslie, I got your emails. Thank you. Oh, wait, down here. Now I do have, is it under the, I don't want to say your last name, but I have something from what I would think would be you, sir, that says 18-year-old girl may have been kidnapped, 3 suspects in an SUV. Is that you or is that somebody different? That's not you. I do not see anything from you, sir. I'll look one more time. One second. No, nothing at all. Oh, hold on a minute. Burger? Nope, not that. Hold on. Bear with me, guys. I'm working on it. Okay, I got yours. Terry, I got your email. It's not showing up. What the hell is going on with this? 1 second here. Ah, there it is now. Okay.
There's been an exhaustive search.
All right, thank you, Steve. I don't know which one's supposed to go first, but here we go. Oh, shit. Hold on a minute.
There's been...
Let me overlay that there. Okay, this is the first one I received. We'll just run through these real quick and then go back to what we're doing. Okay, Salty, hold on. Thank you for your patience, folks. Sorry, so much stuff to do here, but there you go, Salty. All right. I think we're good and up to go. And here we go. All right.
Been an exhaustive search for Sebastian Rogers, but with few updates from authorities in recent weeks, some have wondered, is enough being done?
We're doing everything we can do. Every time a tip comes in, we follow up on it.
Eric Craddock is chief deputy with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and heads up the investigation. He sat
Calm down, ladies. It'll be all right.
Down for an exclusive one-on-one to talk about what they do when there are few new leads.
I think in the absence of information, what we'll continue to do is go back over everything we've already done once, put a fresh set of eyes on it.
To that end, Craddock says searchers recently found a pair of glasses, which they are checking to see if they belong to Sebastian. He says the parents continue to fully cooperate. Any evidence of foul play?
We have not cleared anyone, but we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
I asked about exclusive home security video obtained from the neighborhood the night Sebastian disappeared. You can see two suspicious light sources, which we've circled here in an area behind the teen's home. Since we first aired the video last month, authorities have said no evidentiary value.
It is of no evidentiary value.
Can you tell me what those lights are?
No.
Why?
Because the investigation remains ongoing.
And so it could play a role down the road depending on developments?
We don't know what we don't know.
So yes, it could play a role.
So many are, of course, closely following this case. How difficult has it been, all the noise on social media?
Oh, the rumor mill on social media has done nothing to advance this case.
Craddock says investigators continue to work the case daily and deal not with feelings, but facts and evidence.
There's no stone left unturned.
Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Okay, so it must have been the other one then. Hold on a minute.
We want to get to this breaking news right now.
I'm just playing all three of these. I don't know which one is which. So we'll get through them all and then it'll tell. We'll figure it. As we watch them, it'll tell us which one is which.
Now, I'm Mark Kelly from the WKRN.com alert desk. We're expecting any moment right now an update on the search for that missing teenager, Sebastian Rogers. Let's listen in live.
Here in a few moments, I'll go through some slides and show you what we've done over the past 4 days of searching. Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Okay, and when Chief talks about searching your homes, if you've got a farm, we're well aware that the tendency to follow creeks is great, and we've actually done some case studies, some history on calls and searches in the past where young men or young women have traveled to creeks. So we want you to look at creeks. We want you to look at ponds, and if you look at a pond, look for foot tracks around the pond. And then we'll go into, when Chief's ready, we're going to go into pictures and we'll show you our operational periods and the maps that we use to track our searchers. Okay, so this is day one, and all of the rings you see are a fixed wing aircraft, TBI's fixed winged aircraft, and they use a FLIR, and they do a continual circle on a 2-mile ring. And the video quality and the pictures that they produce are amazing. And the lines that you see that are going all over the place, the green and the purple and the blues, those are helicopters, THP Metro. And then all of the lines in the middle, when you draw that in, those are our foot searchers. So in the first 2 days, we logged over 2,000 miles of personnel on foot doing searches in those search areas. If you want to go to the next page. So that's day 2. And you can see we're continuing to expand those search areas, and you'll see clues, you'll see markers. If a searcher finds something, they mark it. We send a detective or detectives to that scene or to that area. And if
there you go.
So we haven't found.
Yep. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask you include a question. Because I just heard him say it again, the 2,000 miles.
Uh-huh.
Didn't we also keep hearing 5-mile radius?
Yes.
So I want to know, because I've studied this right here too. I mean, I've watched it several times and I'm fascinated by what they can do.
Right.
But when he said 2,000 miles, I thought, well, that's well beyond a 5-mile radius.
Mm-hmm.
So
Is it? I'm guessing it's a combined area. I mean, I don't.
All over different areas, I'm sure, but
Yeah.
that takes you beyond a 5-mile area. But where is what I'm curious about. If anybody had heard any particulars.
Clue. Only because you're in the area. Do you know anything maybe about that? Are you there?
Okay, so if I was to get the chance to ask law enforcement any questions, it's going to be about that.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Can I see the maps of these areas? Because I'm sure that legitimate searchers would need access to that, like SF when they're down there and whoever else. I don't know. And for the record, person in chat, I don't support Julia, whatever her last name is. I don't even care. I only saw that because someone sent it to me because we knew she claimed she was going to talk to the handler of Max.
Right.
We all heard on the police, stuff that we heard, Max did hit a scent. I never said that dog hit Sebastian's scent. And 3 or 4 times when I realized you might have misunderstood, I tried to capitalize, not confirmed, so there would be no mistake. So before you come at somebody for like being malicious or putting out some dumb bullshit, check what I'm saying to you back, because I'm trying to be polite about it. I was actually commenting to Clue and Dago, because they know about the dog getting the scent too. And all I meant was she claims now she did talk to Max's handler and he confirmed to her there was a scent, but it was never confirmed to be Sebastian's. Now, if y'all want to go see what the woman said, go see. Don't take my word for it. I'm not talking to you, Dago, but I can't mod right now because I'm really not in the mood.
I get it. It's fine. No worries. There's enough.
I'm trying to pick out clues here. So for real, 2,000 miles is well beyond a 5-mile radius. And I kind of need to know in my brain where those 2,000 miles were at.
Well, Mom just said that on day 11, which I do remember, the search was expanded past the 5 miles. So I'm wondering if
that's true. Okay. Thank you, Mom. You're right. I remember that now. Jog my memory because I got a lot of cases in my head. So I guess that's when they extended the search and a lot of this would have been done then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Arctic, I don't know if you saw in the back chat that Clue sent you a message a while back. Thank you, Salty, very much. Appreciate that. Man hour. No, it was a culmination of hours, including once the search was extended, I'm guessing. So
yeah, I mean, I understand either way you look at that, 2,000 miles, that's a larger area than a 5-mile radius. So I guess I understand. It's more than what we keep initially talking about constantly. We continue to stay in this 5-mile box, but we can clearly see there were searches well beyond that. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
No, I'm with you on that. I always wondered, like, how did you get to that number? You know what I mean? So it makes perfect sense to ask that. Agreed. Okay, moving forward. Wait, is there any other questions, comments, or feelings on anything so far before we go into it again?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Absolutely. All right, let's finish this up and move on to the next one.
Found any evidence, but if they find something that they think is substantial, CID investigation. Go on the next day. That's the next day TBI was back. That second day we had really bad weather and rain, and so these are the rains from TBI again, and they did some almost trial type figures when we were looking at particular areas and looking at streams at that time, and a lot of helicopter, and then more ground troops, and then we got one more day, and then today we're expanding west, and you can see those areas that personnel are searching. And so what we do is we get them in, and we've got an app that they utilize, and they create tracks, and you can see the tracks in those sections as they do the search. And we've got several other things going on. We're utilizing drones K9, and UTVs, ATVs, horses, aircraft, and anything at our disposal to get Sebastian located.
Like Director Widener said, what you didn't see on there was any drone track. The drones aren't tracked on Sartopo. What you didn't see on there were several assets that didn't have the app that day. So what you're seeing is what we know we have tracked. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that.
I agree, Kathy.
Nothing but cooperative with law enforcement and our investigation. We are truly operating under the assumption that there's a child missing that needs our help. So if the public is out there and you have a house close by or not close by, right? Check your property twice a day. If you find something, call us. If you have trail cams out on properties that you hunt, check them. If there's an image that you think could be Sebastian, call us. Anything, any tip that you have, call us. We want to bring Sebastian home.
And when the chief says, even if it's not right here, so I actually spoke to the incident commander of a search operation that happened west of here, and a 14-year-old went missing, was found 9 days later, 6.2 miles from home. So we're looking at, we don't want to go out too far.
You know, something I wanted to just say that I just thought of too. This has been done. This grid search has been done twice. Okay. That could be somewhat where the mileage is coming in too, because they went over it once and then they went back to get it all over again as well. So this was done twice too. They thoroughly searched this, which is a flag to me too, because if they found nothing in that search, on the exterior search, of course, of the properties that they've searched, that takes me back to what Katie said about believing somebody has her son, because they've not found nothing. They haven't found a squad.
Yeah. I don't know why that's so hard for everybody to believe. That you should absolutely be able to weigh that as much as you weigh everything else.
Absolutely.
And,
That's huge. That's huge.
And all of this will lead you to believe he left the area.
Either he left the area or somebody has him locked down.
Exactly, locked down, and you're not going to let. If you're doing that, you're not going to allow that to be seen in public, right?
No,
You're going
no.
out of sight, out of mind.
That's absolutely right. And that's the thing, folks. That's the sad thing and the scary thing. He could be 4 houses away, locked down in somebody's basement that they don't have the right to just go into their basement to look for, because they have no proof, burden of proof for that. Okay. So
they may not even have a suspicion.
Exactly.
Because normal can hurt you. I'm just saying they may not even have a suspicion, and that's the scariest part. Look how long some people have gone doing just that before they're ever caught. So you can't take anything off the table when someone like this, a child, just into thin air with no explanation. Everything literally has to be on the table.
And it's been stuck in my head again, guys. Go back to Elizabeth Smart. She was in front of the whole world's face the whole time, wrapped up in Middle Eastern clothing that you couldn't tell who she was, but there was no suspicion, just like she said. For them to look at that like that, nobody would ever think that way to go looking in that direction, okay? Therefore, you don't do it. You know, you're not going to waste a resource on something you have no idea would be an issue. So with the amount of time that this has been searched, the amount of time or amount of area that's been searched, it takes you back to Katie's theory alone that she believes somebody has her son. I'm there with her. Okay.
Or was she shown something that tells her somebody has her son?
And that's possible too, because I still to this day will not let go of the fact that I believe that law enforcement does have something, that they just can't quite put their finger on what it is. Okay.
Well, it's like I said earlier in chat, there's got to be a reason why all those electronic devices that Sebastian gamed on haven't been given back to the family. I think there's something on those devices.
Well,
probably so.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think they would return them. Now, y'all have all, I've heard different things, and I've heard that they got some things back or a phone back, but to my knowledge, anytime there's an open and I'm going to use the word investigation loosely. There's a missing child, so there damn well better be an investigation.
Right.
Anytime something's going on, don't they normally keep all of that until that ends? Like you're
No,
not. My friend's daughter has been missing for 11 years. She cannot get anything back.
because
It's
it's
still sitting in impound right now, and in police, fucking evidence room. So she
and
has
I
never
think it
physically
really
gotten those items back because it's an open case.
yeah.
it
So
generally depends on the jurisdiction, in my opinion. I mean, from my experience, because I have seen cases where once they collect all the evidence off of the electronics
right.
or they go through them
Thank you,
and clear
Kimber.
them, they're given back to the family.
Okay, well that makes sense because they can back it all up and do all the things, and they don't need the actual device any longer at some point.
Unless they need it for something else. That's the thing.
Exactly. If
That's
there's evidence on it, they're not going to get it back.
That's exactly it right there. So take that into consideration. And Seth did say, but I only take everything he says with a grain of salt at this point, that he got back a PlayStation 3 that was broken and he got something else back, but haven't given him back those other things that he's been saying he wants back so bad. Okay, I'll go with that. That's fine.
And Dago, when you were mentioning the VPN stuff,
yeah,
that's a damn good theory and possibility, but I know that there are capabilities that certain law enforcement has.
Yes,
They
I
can
agree.
damn well capture that VPN as well. So
absolutely.
it might
Especially
take a little bit longer, but they're going to get it, if it's there.
And when you have the Secret Service of all agencies working on something, you're gonna get results, folks. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? I'm just throwing things out that my mind is working through daily to try to make something make sense. That's all. And it may have already been thought of, looked at, talked about 15 times. If it registers in my head, my mouth's gonna say it. That's just who I am. But
No, honestly, the actual investigation hasn't really been talked about a lot because it all got lost when Seth went out of control and social media fueled the fire.
that's what happened.
And here we are. So now we're, even now, I mean, I knew about these searches and all this, but that's even more important to me now. Here we are all these days later, and we still don't have this child. So if I'm taking, parents off the table, because I need to do that, because I can't get tunnel vision.
Agreed.
I have to look at all the options. And so something got him out of that house quickly though. Who and what?
And why?
I'm on the hunt.
Agreed. That's why we're doing this, guys, to find any little thing that we could have missed or something that we didn't hear. Because like I said, when this case first dropped, we were on this quick. Okay. And at that point, I think we were all kind of in panic mode as we were following this, because all we get tunnel vision at that point. We need him found right now. We need him found right now. Maybe not hearing everything that's said. That's why we do this. We're doing this right now. And just little things can go by without you catching that. Okay. I've caught things that I've written down in my notes from day one that we started with that I didn't catch the first time. So you never know. That's all I'm saying.
When I was so deep in Madeline Soto, and when I came over here a little more, and I started asking questions, I was legitimately told there really hasn't been any searches, Salty. Are you fucking kidding me? What? And I'm like, that's unheard of. So I start looking, I'm like, well, apparently there was some shit going down, and then that's when I started paying more attention. And then all of that got lost in all the noise. I'm trying to turn all that noise off. So let's go.
That's same here. Same thing we're doing here, setting it all down and doing our own thing. Paula says you should watch Michelle Walk's video from this morning. It has Julia and some great theories of what might have happened to Sebastian.
Yes.
Okay, we'll check it out. I have no problem with that.
And Paula's right. And there's a couple of us that do watch Michelle and follow her, and she's always spot on. She doesn't do the creator stuff and she doesn't do all that drama, but she will talk about it for a second, because if it pertains to what she needs to tell you.
Or laugh it off. Yes.
And she knows dogs, and she has her own thoughts about Julia as well, but she reviewed that stuff for the same reason I did. So
right. Absolutely. Yeah, we can definitely check that out without fail. Anything that relates to this, that brings to that, 100% I'm behind that. So absolutely. Thank you, Paula. I've watched a lot of what Michelle has said about this, and she has been on point with a lot of stuff. I have to say that much. All right. right, I'm making sure this is okay. Here we go.
Fast, but even if you live in Davidson County, if you live in Robertson County, if you live anywhere in Sumner County and adjoining counties that you think he could have made it to your property, search those streets, creeks, streams, tributaries, ponds, barns, outbuildings, vacant homes, anything, any place that you think he could be.
One tip, if you're searching your property, is to search it in pairs. If we have aerial assets up and they see someone walking alone through a field, we're going to deploy resources to make sure that is not Sebastian. Secondly, if you're out searching your field and something happens to you, someone needs to be able to call for help and tend to you while we're on the way to help you. So if you're searching, please search in pairs and be safe.
What's the weather been like to possibly affect the search?
Weather, our primary concern with weather is for Sebastian. So the rain that we got and the cold temperatures yesterday and into last night gave us concern for hypothermia. But for rescuers, we put rain gear on when we go. Our mounted people, we're using a lot of tactical officers at night with FLIR or with night vision. And so our search personnel, the weather does not bother them. They go and they're going to perform the search. We're looking at rain tomorrow. The temperature is going to stabilize a little bit. 245 and 17 are feeding us weather on request, and National Weather Service is working with us every day, sending us information if anything changes. So,
Chief, I know you guys had asked for doorbell cam and surveillance camera. Have you guys been able, since Sunday night, Monday morning, been able to actually put eyes on Sebastian? Has any video actually shown him walking?
We have had several clips that have come in. Several of them we've been able to dispel that's not Sebastian on that clip. We are still working every lead that comes in. So as the video comes in, our detectives, we're working really well alongside the TBI and all of our other law enforcement partners in the region to make sure that we're getting on them just as quickly as possible.
But there hasn't been one video that you guys have had that you said that's...
There is not a confirmed sighting of Sebastian on camera.
Gotcha.
Was any of the canines able to pick up on a scent or something that can lead you to maybe a direction where he might have been?
We've done that. We've actually cast the dogs at intersections to see if they take us. And our dogs are scent specific, and we have scent articles from the home, and they have not. We have gotten some tracks away from the home, and we haven't had anything that leads us to Sebastian, obviously.
You mentioned.
Okay, so we looked at this before too. So he's claiming here that they have had tracks away from the home, but they do not lead to Sebastian. Okay. I'm going to gather that statement there is relating to the tracks that are by the retention pond that have not led them to Sebastian.
I agree.
That Julie is probably saying too. It's just being misconstrued because of what we're expecting to hear, I guess. And that's not how
I thought it was pretty clear, I mean, that I don't know. Now, if you want to go by anything, Julia did say, as she's speaking for Max's handler, allegedly, the clothing that Max used to track that scent was the clothes he wore that night to the restaurant and home. Then he changed into pajamas, apparently, because remember, he left in those pajamas, right? And my kid wears, pajama pants and the same long sleeve type tee, whatever, it's perfect. So apparently, allegedly, that's what the dog used to get the scent. Now, I wish Max's handler himself could come and confirm those, since she took it upon herself to come to social media and state what he allegedly said. Now, so take that with a grain of salt, people, like everything else.
Third person.
I'm just saying that's what she claims the handler said. Now, like I said, I would love for him to come out and tell me that, but I have no reason not to believe that part. I don't trust this actress, military lady, but if he said, if he said they used those particular clothes and his dog got a scent toward the pond, but the handler himself never confirmed that was Sebastian, though, that scent was.
Agreed.
That's what he used with the dog. That's all I'm saying.
Very good point. Clue, Mom, Truth, anybody else? Arctic, sorry. Nope.
I was answering questions in chat.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Nobody else has anything. Okay. But good point there. So thank you again for Steve for making us go back and look at this again, because that gives a clear answer to the questions. Are you here, Truth? Did you go to sleep? You did something? Okay. All righty then. Moving on.
And that you covered about 2,000 miles, correct? What's the word on the amount of volunteers and people helping?
We'll address that later. We still got plenty of, and what you got to understand is span of control and manageability. And I know there's a lot of talk out there. You know, you need to get more people out there, but we've got to do it coordinated, and we've got to be able to monitor and ensure the safety of our searchers. So right now we've got so many public safety assets that we can track and we can communicate with, that we are in good shape right now. And we are discussing the possibility of going into volunteers.
We have begun the conversation of coordinating with local volunteer groups. Should we need them, there's a plan in place. What I don't want is to have 1,000 people out in the woods, someone get injured, and now we have to deploy resources to them that should be deployed to get Sebastian home safely. As of right now, I've talked to the FBI, I've talked to world-renowned detectives from the Middle Tennessee area, and every one of them has said, we're doing everything that we should be doing. We're doing everything that we can. I'm open to ideas. If someone's got an idea that we're not applying yet, let me know. I'll apply it.
Do you know how many hours, how many miles you guys have clocked in and searched so far?
2,000 by foot the first 2 days. We're not tracking hours now. We'll put all that together. We'll do an after action report, but now we're going through the day, preparing this afternoon for tomorrow. We've got a team that's doing that. We've even got the tax assessor's office working with us on additional mapping for streams and creeks that we want to make sure we're covering. And I'll tell y'all, we're hitting streams and creeks heavy. So that's something we need done is creeks, streams, tributaries checked, because the watershed from the Tyree Springs area coming down in here, one thing I've learned about autism is the stamina, the pain threshold, the drive in these men and women, young boys and young girls is greater than ours. Okay. So the particular case in northern Mississippi and West Tennessee, this young man walked until he passed out. And when they got to him, he was laying face down, and they were like, "Oh my!" But he was unconscious, and they've done stories on him, and so that's something we're looking at, and we urge people to get out and check those locations. A lot of farms in Sumner County, a lot of creeks in Sumner County. Check them.
I hate to cut you guys off, but I'm really focused on getting Sebastian home, and we need to get back out and make sure we're doing everything we can. I really appreciate you guys being here and covering the story. And as soon as there's an update, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me get out of this one here. Thank you again for that, Steve. It's good. Good to hear that again, and it just clarifies it. You know what I mean?
Our bodies are just built very.
Okay, and then this here is the other. That's good. Now we have both sides of it right there for everybody that was wondering and wanting to know. Good stuff, Steve. I appreciate you, bro. Here it is, folks. As much as I hate to do this, here we go.
Dago, I don't have a timestamp for you, but it takes her a fucking minute to get going.
Okay, I'll move along. Hold on.
Yeah, Karen, Diane was the door. Maybe actually that's what I let her do first. So, Justin, you can buy papers.
Once I get to a point, tell me if I'm ahead or behind her, and I'll catch up to it that way. Okay, guys? Thank you.
Precision explosives. So that's fun. Let's see. Sweat. If I'm out in the woods and I'm sweating and I'm like, I'm amped up, I'm running, let's pretend I'm like a suspect, or like, you know, so California sooner has been suspected to be involved in disappearance. 4 days after Andrew was saying dogs and civilians, actually it often talks about, I don't know if it still holds. Sometimes the case basis, some people said about how police canines, they tried to send our method, and the fail rate was much greater using the sent our method versus That's going to vary from handler to handler. And then what's the thing? Oh yeah, dogs are happy. Just
there you go. You're echoing.
And again, what I would do is I would sip this out. By DNA. I took this in the beginning. Walk out to the pond and walk back. I mean, again, he was tracking odor.
Okay, here we go. I'm guessing this is it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people here only really came here just to and that goes Busby, like you said, with if it's raining outside. So if it's raining outside, people say, oh, the sun's completely gone. I mean, thank you, Karen. Exactly. They had water search dogs looking for rather strange dogs can still track in the rain. Bye, Renee. So with Sebastian, this is what I was trying to get to. So here's the things I've confirmed about Sebastian. Max was an odor. It's not that there was no scent. I keep hearing that everywhere. That's not the case. Max was an odor. Now, somebody asked earlier, could somebody wear Sebastian's shoes and walk out to, the ponds and walk back? I mean, again, he was tracking an odor. They used the clothes from that day. I think if we touched the clothes, Sebastian touched the clothes, Katie touched the clothes, I'm sure. There was a couple different people that were touching those clothes. Could Katie have walked up to the pond? I've never asked her if she did. So there's that. I've thought about that a couple times. I'm just like, well, could someone have worn his shoes? I mean, yeah, there's two odors then. There's whoever is, hypothetically speaking, if there is, let's say, again,
Just so everybody knows, this is from 19 hours ago. Just to give you, I don't have anything open for an echo, Lurker. You might want to check your settings. Here we go. Unless you're on delay. That could be why.
If somebody were wearing Sebastian's shoes and they walked out to that retention pond, if the article that was given to the canine to Max had Sebastian's and the person who wore his shoes odor on them, sure. That vanished, you're fine. Who's to say she don't?
Okay, so she's saying that hypothetically, please don't take this as fact. Thank you, so hypothetically. Yeah. I'm glad you said the same thing I was about to say too. This is not.
I don't think I can't remember if I watched this live. No, it wasn't live because I saw it like this morning, I think, or what it was. But anyway, I'm like, are you a canine rescue dog handler person that searches for people, or are you an investigator? And I've been wondering that about her and Tony and all these people for a long time. I don't understand what y'all are anymore. So I ignore her little theories when she talks about that bullshit. But I listened to what she said about Max the dog handler, that guy. That's all I cared about.
Yeah, well, this is Julia the dog handler that has the production company, all that everybody's making a big deal about. From 19 hours ago, she's talking about the audio we all listened to when they went to the retention pond. There was Max the dog picked up a scent where he dove into the retention pond, so on and so forth. Okay. What she just said, though, I want everybody to take it as what it is. It's an absolute hypothetical situation. There is no fact behind somebody wearing Sebastian's shoes. So please don't run with that anywhere other than right here. Because this is what happens when somebody puts something like that out. In 3 streams in 4 hours from now, I'll see people saying that somebody was wearing Sebastian's shoes. It's probably the person that took him. No, calm down. Not that any of you would. I'm just saying it does happen. So what she just claimed to be, that statement, yeah, I did talk to you, Clue. Sorry if you can't hear me. Anyway. Okay, no problem. Anyway, what she just claimed, I want to clarify one more time, is an absolutely hypothetical situation, which she's trying to explain how something could happen. Doesn't mean it did, though, okay? Moving on. Who trained Julia? I'm not even going to venture to think about knowing that. I don't really care. Moving forward.
Logos and really got there. That's a point, but keep in mind of how much stronger a dog's senses are compared to ours. They smell a lot. Different than we do. Their scent glands are very, very strong. Thank you, Daphne. I'm really trying my best here. I just feel like a lot of people kind of came here just like you're doing. Okay, Asthmatics, I'm confused. First you were saying you don't use your own, and then you're saying somebody else. But I think I'm just confused. I'm not understanding you. maybe you can message me afterwards and we could talk about it. I think you're confusing me a little bit here with your question. Anyway, so again, that's what this is for. So Psy-Canine makes these, they're really good. And again, you need to have, oh, okay, thank you. See, DNA made, thank you. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Venus, scent and cadaver are yeah, I feel like a lot of people here only really came here just to, you know, and that goes, Busby, like you said, with if it's raining outside. So if it's raining outside, people say, oh, the sun's completely gone. I mean, thank you, Karen. Exactly. They had water search dogs looking for Riley's train. Dogs can still track in the rain. Bye, Renee. So with Sebastian, this is what I was trying to get to. So here's the things I've confirmed about Sebastian. Max was an odor. It's not that there was no scent. I keep hearing that everywhere. That's not the case. Max was an odor. Now, somebody asked earlier, could somebody wear Sebastian's shoes and walk out to, you know, the pond and walk back? I mean, again, he was tracking an odor. They used the clothes from that day. Think of who touched the clothes. Sebastian touched the clothes. Katie touched the clothes, I'm sure. There was a couple different people that were touching those clothes. Could Katie have walked up to the pond? I've never asked her if she did. So there's that. I've thought about that a couple times. I'm just like, well, could someone have worn his shoes? I mean, yeah, there's two odors then. There's whoever is, hypothetically speaking, if there is, let's say, again, hypothetical, if somebody were wearing Sebastian's shoes and they walked out to that retention pond, if the article that was given to the canine, to Max, had Sebastian's and the person who wore his shoes odor on them, sure. That, Venus, you're fine. Who's to say she didn't wash her clothes by the time Ellie got there? That's, I mean, that's a point, but keep in mind of how much stronger a dog's senses are compared to ours. They smell a lot, different than we do. Their scent glands are very, very strong. Thank you, Daphne. I'm really trying my best here. I just feel like a lot of people kind of came here just to like validate who I am. And again, like, I'm new.
I think that's all we need from that, right? That's pretty much clarifying what she said. That's it. That's the end of it. I got the timestamp, Steve. I didn't see it till afterwards, but thank you. So there it is, guys. She's saying that Max picked up on an odor, not a scent. They're different, I guess. Okay. And that there was the clothing that Sebastian wore to, I'm doing what on purpose? What did I do? Glitter. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not doing, I'm not that ignorant. I'm sorry. I did not do it on purpose. We're done with her. Don't worry. The clothes that Sebastian wore when they went out to eat that night, or that night, those are what the clothes were that were handed over to scent the dog. The dog went off. It was an odor, not a, there's a difference between an odor and a scent, I'm guessing. I'll have to look this up, but I'll explain it because I like to educate you guys when I tell you guys things. So I will look that up at some point. We'll talk about that. So, and then what she said about, could somebody have put on Sebastian's shoes, walk to the pond and back? Great. Yeah, anybody could do something like that, hypothetically. I got you. But understand something, and she did clarify this, because somebody asked me that before, and I brought this up then, not even knowing this. They're going to pick up 2 scents. And therefore, in turn, that the dog handler is going to pick that up as well, knowing that there's 2 different scents. They're going to react differently to the secondary scent than they are to the first one. And odds are that the other scent is going to confuse the dog. So there's a problem, okay? Does cadaver produce odor? Oh, absolutely it does. But cadaver dogs, that's what they're for. Cadaver puts off a horrific odor. Bad, okay? And it's very distinct. And a dog will smell, a cadaver dog will not smell other things other than that. They're trained for that until they're told to. You know what I mean? So that's a good point, Heather. Does he drive a white Elantra? telling you right now, we're in the same boat with this shit. Anyway, so that's enough of Julia, thank the Lord. Oops, sorry guys. What the hell am I doing here? Take that down. There we go. Sorry. Cadaver sniffs for odors, yes. They sniff differently too, from what I've read. Back to this now. All right. Now, we got all that covered at this point with that. Again, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that very much. It's always good to clarify things and to talk about what we're talking about. Okay. Now, moving forward. How long we've been in here? 3:19. We'll do one more something and then we'll be out for the day. All right. Anybody have anything to make? Any statements, comments, feelings? Just say hey, Dago, hi, kiss my ass, anything.
Hey, Dago, how was your day?
It's been wonderful today. It's been a good day today. So we got to finish this up first. Sorry.
Kiss my ass.
Thank you. I knew you. Out of all people, I knew you were going to say that.
I mean,
Now,
she said, hey.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you too for supporting us, bro. I think that totally missed the point that
horses grass is cheaper.
And thank you for that too. Okay. No, it's okay, Heather. We're gonna check that video out too. That may be the next thing we look at. Then we'll just go take that to go with this. So that sounds good. Absolutely, guys. I hope this is helping anybody. I hope you guys are getting what you want out of this. If not, it's my apologies. I'm doing the best I can with what the idea that I was trying to come up with is what I'm trying to say. So anyway, all right, let's finish this up and move along to the next.
Were they scent dogs or cadaver dogs?
They brought in both cadaver and tracking dogs.
Which dog hit, a cadaver dog or a scent dog?
Scent dog.
It's all been scent dogs that have hit. The cadaver dogs have not hit on anything that we know of.
What do you believe Sebastian was wearing when he disappeared? And would that have been what he slept in?
Yes. So the clothes, the black sweatpants with the white stripes and the long sleeve black shirt, that is what he went to bed in. And the reason that I believe he was still wearing those clothes is because when we searched, I did not find those clothes in the house. So I have to assume that that's what he was still wearing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you say that's what he wore when he went to bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Joining us right now, in addition to Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot, the bio mom and stepdad of Sebastian, an all-star panel. First to Brian Trasher joining us, Vice President of the Cajun Navy, who has joined the search. Brian, thank you for being with us. Who asked you to join the search?
Well, we had deployed a team up to Nashville, Tennessee last week in response to the missing college student, Riley Strain. And we stayed up there until he was found. While we were in the area, we had a lot of people reaching out to us on social media saying that there was a young boy who had been missing for several weeks that was only about 20 miles away from where we were. So we talked to a few people, got some information, and decided to deploy part of our team that was already up there to Sumpter County to investigate and see what we could do to help out.
You went on your own. Were you asked to join?
We were asked to join. I'm not sure specifically who some of our people talk to, but we get requests all the time, and we'll reach out. We'll try to get either a family member or a close friend of the family, just so we know we're talking to people connected to the family. And somebody had reached out and asked us to join since we already had assets so close to Sumpter County.
Tell me what you have been doing, Brian Trasher. Everyone with me, the VP of the Cajun Navy, who has joined in the search. You can find them at CajunNavyRelief.com.
Terry, I think you're not maybe understanding. So a scent dog will pick up on a scent and an odor. Okay, it's the same. They do the same thing. There's no specific dog for odor. What she was saying is that it's a scent dog that's following a scent. What it picked up on was an odor, not a full scent. You see what I'm saying? Like a separate odor, not the full scent from that, but it still relates to that. I'm going to pull something up. Not right here and now, but I will pull something up and it'll educate you guys to make you understand it better, because some of these things are hard to understand. I get it. I do. So I will pull something up for you guys to understand that. That way it's a clear shot thing in your mind, because like I said, some of these things cross over and they're hard to understand.
Brian, tell me what you guys have been doing.
Just wrote with the United Cajun Navy. We're the original group that everybody hears about. There's other groups that use the Cajun Navy name to try to fundraise off of our efforts. Cajun Navy Relief is not affiliated with us at all. We are www.unitedcajunnavy.org. We're the original. We're the real ones.
Again, what exactly have you been doing on the search?
So we've had a canine, our own canine team who's already participating in the search for Riley Strain up there searching around. We've talked with the lead investigator with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Agent Simmons. We've talked a lot with him and trying to coordinate efforts because we always try to coordinate law enforcement, make sure we're not getting in the way, duplicating efforts or putting out any.
You know what, Mr. Trasher, let me just cut the chase here. Isn't it true that this weekend, pursuant to your search, that cadaver dogs hit in an area that had been closed off because of a prior hurricane and it is on federal property? Bones and other items were found at that time. I found that very odd as it would relate to Sebastian. Even if it was Sebastian, his body would not have been skeletonized at this time. Can you tell me now that what was found over the weekend is not connected to Sebastian? Yes, no?
No.
Not connected to Sebastian.
That's correct. That hit was not connected to Sebastian.
Okay. Joining me also in addition to Brian Trasher, who has been leading the Cajun Navy in its search for Sebastian. Hold on, Brian. Other than those hits, have there been any other dog hits in and around the home or elsewhere?
Not from our canine team.
I'm very concerned, Brian, as you can imagine, because LA law enforcement has stated there were no canine hits outside the home, which I find very, very disturbing. Because if he had gone outside, particularly barefoot, there would definitely have been a scent trail. Now, we're hearing from the Proudfoots that there was a hit around that retention pond. How far is that pond from your home, Mr. Proudfoot?
Less than probably half a mile if you walk the whole path.
Is it through wooded area? Would he have had to walk through the woods to get there?
No, ma'am. You can actually walk either the main road or the subdivision. So the construction site is a subdivision, new addition that's being built, and they have a road that's going to be tying into our subdivision. So you could actually walk up that way, or you could walk to the main road and walk into it.
Did Sebastian ever sleepwalk?
No, ma'am.
So he would have had to leave the house undetected by Katie and walk all the way to that retention pond. Did the dogs follow the trail a half a mile?
Yes, ma'am.
They followed the trail all the way to that retention pond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. I knew there was a thing that's I was trying to explain, but I knew I wasn't going to explain it right. Thank you, Paula. A scent results from the individual odor of a person being tracked or through an environmental disturbance odor that results from the physical movements of the person being tracked. Hopefully you guys understand that. And if not, I will still look for something different. But that's awesome, Paula. Thank you for taking the time to do that so I didn't have to. So basically, it's a specified part of the scent, folks, if that makes any sense. I'm trying to put it in layman terms. Or an environmental disturbance odor that results from the movements of the person being tracked. So like if, say, Sebastian was running by the pond and he kicked up something that was a different odor, but it was due to his action, that's an environmental disturbance odor. Does that make sense? I hope. Thank you, Kimber. Thank you to anybody that has donated to support the channel in that way, by the way. God bless you guys. I appreciate that more than you know. I hope that's understood, though. But thank you very much again, Paula. That was awesome of you to do that.
That's very curious, as they are saying the dogs didn't pick anything up. Back to you, Brian Trasher. Did you guys search anywhere other than that federal property where the false positive was? Yes, no?
No.
Joining me is Courtney Lasky, high-profile behavior analyst, autism expert, chief clinical officer with Little Starts Therapy. Courtney, thank you for being with us. At this juncture, we know Sebastian to be most likely with people he doesn't know, if in fact he is still alive. How would that affect a young boy with autism?
It would affect him greatly. Based on the diagnosis of autism, we know that they typically have deficits with communication, social skills, and they display some rigid and repetitive behaviors. If, in fact, he is with someone else who does not know him well, that would be entirely out of his routine. He could be engaging in behaviors he hasn't engaged in before. He could be looking for an escape. He could be looking to get out of those aversive situations. We know that not every autistic individual will wander, but those who do wander, 36%, it's to get out of an aversive situation. It's to get away from something that's overwhelming or overstimulating to them.
Ms. Proudfoot, does he know your phone number? Can he call you if he could get access to a phone?
We have gone over my phone number. I don't know that in a high stress time he would remember it, but yes, I have taught him my phone number.
Was he ever allowed to go visit friends' homes?
He didn't get invited, but had he been, yes, we have had play dates in the past.
Would he go there on foot?
No, ma'am.
Joining me now is Lauren Conlon, investigative journalist, host of the Outlier podcast, host of Corruption, What Happened to Grant Solomon, and you can find her at laurenconlon.com. Lauren, thank you so much for being with us. what can you tell me about that stretch of road, if anything, between Sebastian's home and that retention pond?
Well, look, Nancy, I mean, I think like everything else about this case, it is very confusing because the public hasn't heard much from the police. We haven't heard much from the Proudfoots, obviously, when it comes to that, or Seth Rogers. And now I'm learning a lot here as I hear Chris Proudfoot say, okay, we can't speak about this because of law enforcement. And now with the Cajun Navy coming in, I think a lot of us are very excited that they are going to basically canvass this road. And they are actually telling civilians to hang back. Nobody needs to search this anymore. You need to stop. You need to stop helping and let us work with law enforcement and take over. Now, I called the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday because of all the misinformation going around. And I gotta be honest with you, they didn't even know what was going on with this road, with the recreation search. They were either very elusive or they were very confused. But either way, it's very concerning because the people, and as well as myself, I don't live in Tennessee. I cover a lot of Tennessee. We are very concerned for Sebastian. We are very concerned. And so,
okay, so let me just stop you right there, Ms. Conlon. Ms. Conlon, everyone is concerned, but let me remind everyone that law enforcement is under no duty at all to tell us or anybody else, including the Proudfoots, anything. They are not representing the Proudfoots. They are representing justice, and they will do what they have to do. The fact that they're not giving us a blow by blow is their business. Does it mean they're stymied? I don't know. Does it mean they know more than we think they do? I don't know the answer to that. But just because they're not releasing an ongoing investigative file is not a concern to me. At this juncture, I'm collecting facts in the best way I know how. Now, regarding that route from the Proudfoot home to the retention pond, is it your understanding, Lauren Conlon, that there were no hits by scent or cadaver dogs along that route?
correct, Nancy. It is my understanding there were no hits from the dogs.
It is very confusing. It's confusing. You know, sometimes, Lauren, when we try to put together a puzzle, but we're missing a few pieces and we don't know what piece we're missing, you can't put the puzzle together. We're missing things from this puzzle. And right now, I'm on a fact-finding mission. I am pointing the finger at no one because I want to find Sebastian. I want to go to Dr. Jory Clausen joining me. And guys, again, please, Proudfoots, Trasher, Lasky, Conlon, jump in if you have a thought or you want to contradict, because a lot of this is elusive. We don't know everything. To you, Dory Crossan, joining us, former law enforcement, now faculty, St. Leo University, very well-known psychologist and author of Operation SOS. You can find him at drjory.com. Dr. Jory, thank you for being with us. Many people have made much of the fact that when interviewed, the Proudfoots do not look at the camera, they look away, they don't cry, and they don't seem upset. Now, that may or may not mean anything. People can be very upset, crying, screaming, cursing. They may show no emotion at all. They may be numb by the time interviews are happening. I'm very different. When I talk about my fiance's murder or I talk about my dad's death, I still cry, even when I swear I'm not going to. But everyone reacts differently. I'm going to throw this directly to Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot. Much has been made. I'll ask you. You very often look away, don't look at who's asking you questions, show no emotion. Much has been made of that. And I'd like to hear your response. I'm not judging one way or the other. I'd like to hear your response.
So the fact of not looking at the camera all the time is because a picture of my son is sitting beside me, and I'm looking at him. As far as the crying thing, I've been crying off and on nonstop for a month.
Many people have asked me, why did Miss Proudfoot not call 911 immediately? And here is your chance to answer that.
Because by the time I realized my son was missing and I called my husband, at that point I was hysterical. I was at the point where I couldn't even form words anymore, and my husband is the one who remained calm enough to call them.
And to be honest with you, Miss Grace, the way we live outside of city limits, so you don't call 911 because you get routed to a dispatching hub who asks what's your location, and then they route you to another dispatcher to talk to give the story. I cut all of that out and I call it straight to the sheriff's department because they have jurisdiction of where we live. So sorry that I decided to bypass a few steps and go straight to the source, where they responded within 10 minutes of the phone call being made.
Miss Proudfoot, that evening, were you drinking?
No, ma'am.
Had you used any type of drug at all, even OTC, over the counter?
No, ma'am.
And you had no argument with Sebastian that night?
No, ma'am.
You stated you put the dogs away into a crate before you went to bed. Is the crate located near the exit, near a door?
No, ma'am.
Would the dogs have barked if there had been an intruder or if Sebastian had left?
The dogs don't typically bark at me and Sebastian because they're used to us. Even if we get up, we come around, they don't typically bark. Strangers, they do tend to bark, at least for a minute or two to get attention. But no, ma'am, they don't typically bark at Sebastian and myself or Christopher.
What kind of dogs are they?
Morkies.
Question, where is their crate located?
In the area near my sunroom.
Over by the
in
kitchen.
your son's? Okay, hold on. Is
No,
it
son,
outside your son's room?
No, ma'am. Not
Sunroom.
Sebastian's room. Son. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
The sunroom, and that's not near the door?
No, ma'am.
Not near the front door.
It's near my back door, but not any of the other doors.
Yes, from what I've seen the layout of the home, it is near the back door, and they would have heard someone coming in and out that back door, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
No barking. Do you have a chime or anything on your doors that would alert you to the door opening?
No, ma'am.
Miss Grace, could I jump
Question.
in for something?
Yes, please. And I want to follow up with a question
Yes.
regarding Miss Proudfoot's polygraph. But please, Lauren, jump in. Everybody on the
Thank you.
panel. Now is the time to ask the Proudfoots any question that may shed light on what has happened to Sebastian. We are not in a judging arena. We are in a fact-finding arena. We can then assimilate the facts and make deductions. Please jump in. Lauren Conlon is
Yes.
joining me. You can find her at Lauren Emily Conlon. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And now this might be for Brian as well. Yesterday, when the dogs hit and everybody's going crazy, YouTubers, internet, TikTokers, and we figure out it's not Sebastian and police are not involved, the TBI is not involved. Did you call the Proudfoots and let them know that this was not Sebastian? Did you tell them ahead of time that you were searching these areas? Did they know what you were doing, or was it specifically just through Seth Rogers?
Yeah, so Seth Rogers is Sebastian's biological father, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so he was there, and as Ms. Grace alluded to earlier, it would not have been typical or possibly even probable that he could have skeletonized after only a few weeks. So I'm not sure about the Proudfoots, but his father definitely did know. Also wanted to echo what Ms. Nancy said earlier about the police. One of the reasons we got called in, there was a lot of social media personalities reaching out to us, kind of complaining that they didn't feel like the police were doing enough. But really, it's just what Ms. Nancy said. It's that they're not under obligation to give daily or every other day updates. They are doing an investigation. We have been in very close contact with TBI, and I can tell everybody with 100% certainty they are on top of it. They are not letting their foot off the gas at all on the search for Sebastian or trying to find out what happened to him. The YouTubers and TikTokers that do live stream probably do the most fun. We appreciate the attention that they bring to things, but when you do a live stream, you don't have any control over what gets seen by potentially the entire world. So we can't tell people what not to do. They have free speech. It's their own accounts they're using. Not helpful to do live streams during searches like that. If you want to do a video that you can potentially edit later so that we cut down on the amount of misinformation. That's why social media is not necessarily our house. We go in and do search and rescue. You have to trust the process like we do. We trust law enforcement is going to have this wrapped up probably very soon.
Brian, however, I want to make sure that you are not encouraging citizen sleuths to stop looking, because I've had many cases where we put out the warning and they actually spot a missing person. I mean, I only have to point to Gabby Petito, whose remains were found in dispersed camping way out west by a citizen who had heard about the case. So, sometimes their information is wrong, but there is no way in HELL that I would ask them to stop. And I know that's not where you're headed. Yeah.
No, we don't want them to stop. Matter of fact, it was 2 citizen sleuths that found Riley Strain's bank card up by the bank of the Cumberland River in Nashville. So, like I said, they do provide service. My only suggestion was maybe not doing live stream, maybe just video, and then you can edit and post later. Just a suggestion.
Hey guys, I don't want to see anything edited. I want to see the whole thing. No edits, no airbrushing, the real deal. But that's just me. I want to go back to Katie Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother, Miss Proudfoot. What questions were you asked during your polygraph?
I was asked if I knew where my son was. I was asked if I hurt him. I was asked if I had hurt someone, among a few other questions.
And Mr. Proudfoot, you have volunteered to take a poly?
Yes, ma'am.
If I were to set up a poly for you, would you take it?
Name the place and time, ma'am. I'll be there.
And you're headed back to Memphis right now. Are you in your RV right now?
I am in my RV. We are not disclosing our current location just because of safety reasons, due to the YouTubers, the Facebookers out there that have sent some very heinous, threatening information and things of that nature, threatening to be outside of our house, all kinds of nasty things. So we're not disclosing our location at this time, unless you're law
Ms.
enforcement.
Proudfoot, is that one of the reasons you left the home?
One of them, yes, ma'am.
Question to you guys. When police came in and processed your home, did they look with, for instance, luminol? Did they check? What did they do when they searched your home?
They thoroughly searched my home with many different things. They removed some things for the dogs to hold the scent, and for Sebastian's DNA. I know that they used thermal night vision, thank you. And I don't know exactly all of the tools that they used, but I do know that multiple different searches were done on my home by many different people, detectives, sheriffs, and a few others.
Yeah, I wouldn't swear that the forensics folks showed up or not, because there were so many folks in and out of the house that it was just, hi, I'm so-and-so law enforcement. I'm so-and-so law enforcement. Okay.
Every time they said we need to look, please do.
Does Sebastian have a hardwood floor or a carpeted floor?
In his bedroom?
Carpet.
Yes. Carpeting.
Carpet.
Did they remove any carpeting?
No, ma'am.
Do you feel confident they searched his bathroom?
They did.
Yes, ma'am, they did.
When you state that they removed items for the scent dogs, what did they take?
Clothing, a blanket that he used like every day, and a few other items of his, toiletries, like his brush.
Lauren Conlon joining us, investigative journalist. Lauren, again, thank you for being with us. And earlier you were hearing sound from WSMV4. I understand you have another question.
Oh, I mean, I guess I didn't quite get the clarity I wanted, in the sense that, did the Proudfoots know that this search was going on with the Cajun Navy? Were they being called? Were you guys being alerted about this? Did you hear from a YouTuber that they found something, that the cadaver dog, or I'm sorry, the search dog started jumping? Or, were you just kind of blind to all of this? Just, over in your corner doing your search?
No, ma'am. So here, to set that record straight and help the United Cajun Navy. So somebody's got a picture out there saying that we were enjoying a dinner, when we're actually out there, got flyers at a dinner table because we need to eat. My wife was on the phone with the Cajun Navy. That's how the Cajun Navy was brought in. And we talked to the president of the United Cajun Navy. He put us in touch with their team that was here locally in Nashville. Then that young lady reached back out to us, gave us some more information. We gave her some more details. Then they said they would start a search, but we also had them get in direct contact with the TBI agent, as well as Sumter County's Sheriff's Department. We provided all that information. They reached out to them, got some information. They pushed outside of the areas that had been searched already, conducted a search. Somehow or another, they linked up with the bio father, who supposedly got a tip from somewhere. Whether or not it was credible or not, we don't know. But it led them to searching on federal property without permission, which is where we had been informed at some point that there was allegedly a hit on something, but turned out to be nothing. And they were asked to leave the property immediately, or the cops were going to be called, because it was trespassing based off of a tip that the bio father received.
Yeah, to Brian Trasher, VP of Cajun Navy, let's clear it up. Isn't it true? This is on federal property that had been closed off. It was a hurricane site earlier. It was also, yes, thank you. And it was also near railroad tracks, and some homeless people had been living there, and apparently one of them had died. And we believe that is what the dogs were hitting on. Is that correct?
Yeah, all the above is correct. And we did not gain access to the property. It had already been open when we got there. I'm not sure how entry was gained, but yeah, everything above it that you just said was correct.
Guys, the search for Sebastian goes on. If you have information, if you know or think you know anything about this beautiful, young, autistic boy, please call TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, 800-TBI, FINE, T Tennessee, B Bureau, I, Investigative. TBI, FINE, 1-800-TBI, FINE. That's 800-824-3463. Please join us in the search for Sebastian and lift up your prayers. This boy will be found. Goodbye, friend. Guys, thank you for watching Crime Online with Nancy Grace.
All right, we got through that one. That was rough.
You said that was rough.
Oh gosh, her voice just eats at my skin. And
I've been cooking my grandson some dinner, but yeah, I try to tune her. I had to turn her down because, on those commercials on the radio, and they start that super duper fast talking at the end, like my brain cannot deal with it. So I have a hard time with the fast speed stuff anyway. But it's bad with her. But
she's already so hyped up as it is. So
yeah.
Anybody get anything out of that interview, or anything you want to touch on, talk about, pull apart, anything with that interview at all?
I just think it's odd that Nancy thinks that the live searches should be, or that the searches should be live streamed, and she wants to see it uncut and unvarnished, so that if they come across a missing child's body, it's out there for the whole world to see.
Yeah, well, that's Nancy Grace. That's nothing new. And it's not surprising. She plopped a desk down in front of Idaho 4. She put 2 years of Casey Anthony in your face. She's done a lot her entire career. So it's typical Nancy Grace.
Yeah,
true.
It's sad. It's sad, but it's true. It is.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, now we were talking about a Michelle After Dark video, or was it Michelle Walks video? Which one?
I think it's on the Michelle After Dark channel. She's been doing them from. And it should have been her last live, or her last video rather.
Okay, here we go.
She's done a couple of lives on Sebastian because there's a lot of information, and she truly tries to stick to this investigation stuff as much as possible. We only have limited stuff, but her reviews are good. I like them.
Okay, so this goes right back. This goes back to the dog handling stuff. So there's a lot of questions that have been asked about this one specific part of this. We've all been stuck on this. We've all had issues. So, a little extra attention to it's not going to hurt. And thank you, SRB. I appreciate that very much. So it's the one I have one from 11 hours ago. Is that the one you're talking about then? It's got.
I believe it was either from this morning or from this morning, I think.
It's got Julia gibberish on here. I see it now. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I can't understand half of what the hell she says anyway. She talks too fast and whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
All right. So what this is going to do is this, because I like Michelle, and I think she explains things pretty good. I'll just give her that much. And she has dogs. She understands dogs. She's been doing this for a long time too. So I think this will help us give a little more insight into what's going on if there's other questions still. So we're going to check this out. And I think this will probably do it for today, guys. I don't want to drag you guys too long in this. It's a lot. I know it is, but we're getting there slowly but surely. And we'll be back tomorrow with it. So thank you.
And for those of you who don't know, she's not from the US, but she is a dog handler and she does conduct searches, and she doesn't come out and claim to be your authoritative expert, but she tells you what her knowledge of these dogs are. And she just compares it sometimes. She doesn't put shit in your face like that. So it's worth the review.
She's also
very knowledgeable.
Yeah, she's got a psychology degree too. So that helps. You know what I mean?
And she's also worked in various fields, and she's just if you want a fair evaluation of something, that's really a good place to go. That's all I can say.
Absolutely. And she does like nonsense too. We got to give her that. That's right. So if we could please put her link in here.
She does like nonsense, I will say that.
Right. And I'm not going to speed this up, folks, because due to her accent, I tried it before. Speeding it up makes it harder to understand her. We're going to leave it at this rate. It's not going to take very long, though. I can promise you. So if we can please put her link in here. There it is. Thank you, Kimber. Great job. You guys, mods, are doing great stuff today. Thank you very much. And it's been quite decent in here. Let's keep it that way. Thank the Lord. Thank you, SRB, for that. If I need to adjust anything, folks, please let me know. And here we go.
Give it a try. No. Oh dear. Just because you can do something like this case, Sebastian's case, has got me almost as irritated as that. And I was very irritated about what happened in the Nicola Bully case. I think because it wasn't just my country, it was my county. It happened 25 miles away from where I live. I live in the south of the county. That was kind of more to the north, but 25 miles away, and it turned into an absolute circus, a complete shit show. And that was another case where the explanation was actually really simple. And as soon as I went to the scene it happened on the 26th of January, and I went to the scene for the first time on the 6th of February. And as soon as I got there, I thought, I know exactly what happened. I know exactly what happened. It's so simple. And the fact that Willow, her dog, was a Springer Spaniel. Springer Spaniels are very intelligent, as you know. Cassie's a Springer Spaniel. She's very intelligent, and Springers are an intelligent breed. And look, she was there. Willow was there by the river. What more do you need? You've got a river right there with a sign saying deep and dangerous water. You've got a bank that's like a sheer drop down. You've got a dog that waits by the river. What more do you need? But oh no, we have to have an absolute circus. Absolute circus. Anyhow, this case, Sebastian's case, has got me irritated. It really has. Got me very, very angry. But there's time yet. There's time yet. Maybe my anger will surpass that I felt in Nicola's case. I mean, the way that her family were treated. There's people still making ridiculous videos. But what can you do? What can you do? Hello, Dallas. Emma Osland, Linda, Debbie, Amy Rose, Holly. We trust Max's knows over anything. Well, if only you could speak. That's the problem. If only you could speak. Mimi, gotcha. You're on vacation and catching up on my videos. Oh, what a great world. What a great life. Hello, Ali. Miss T, UK. CW, hello. We're all mad here. Hello. Vi Hayes. The world would be a much better place. Yeah, I think it may be, but they just tell us, to behave ourselves. They wouldn't lie to us. Humans are good at lying to each other and to themselves. I guess you saw my video on Michelle Walks this morning. Yeah, the stupid comment of the week got featured over on Michelle Walks. So if you've got 8 minutes to spare, go and watch it. Go and watch it. All right, so I'm going to get going on this. All right, so Julia was live overnight my time. Just going to play a couple of minutes of this. I'm going to talk through it. I've got the link to Julia's live stream in my description box for replay viewers. And here is the link for you guys. If you want to just go and watch it right now without my commentary, you're very welcome to. Very welcome indeed. They're doing what? Oh, no way. They're making an AI app that can sort of give you an impression of what dogs are saying. Oh, no. No. Oh, please, God. Please, God. Well, seeing as AI seems to think that some of Wells's remains have been found, I don't think it's maybe going to do a very accurate job. That's nuts. That's nuts. Well, you know, I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try. If it comes out, if it's a free download, I'll give it a try. No. Oh, dear. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. I've not got my banner on. Hold on a minute. I need my TBI banner on. There we go. The TBI banner on. All right. Actually, before we get into this, I want to go back to Pinchot's comment. I said I'd go back to it, and it's a good time. Might as well do that first. All right. So you just think that the scent, when you took the bins out, blew around. You use the wind as an explanation yourself. All right. Well, let's have a look at the map then. So I've got the map up already. And I'm going to go down to street level. I'm not going to dwell on Sebastian's house, or else I'll get this video removed. But this is Sebastian's house here. So it'll have taken the trash down this driveway. All right. So the wind would have been blowing this way. The wind, I've got the wind. Unfortunately, the site I got this off doesn't give it like an hourly breakdown. It just does night, morning, day, evening. So night.
Well, here's some other little details. I like this that you can put up too that she's given us for temperatures and stuff like that for anybody that asked. Okay. What? Nothing. Thank you, Doodle, for that. Hi, Mama Bear. Welcome back to you.
Hello.
All right. So there's some other little details you guys can note down if you want to as well. Is CC available? All right. All right. Moving on. Just checking up with everything. Here we go.
I'm assuming starts at midnight. And throughout February 26th into February 27th, it was all southerly. It was a southerly wind. So the wind is blowing this way. The wind's coming from the south, blowing this way. Right, so we're at north. So the wind's blowing this way, up Stafford Court. Now, my view would be if Sebastian took the trash out, walked down here and then walked back, and his scent blew with the wind, which of course it will, especially if this is an artificial surface. So if he walked down here, yes, you're going to get some maybe scent trapping on the grass, but it's going to blow this way. So it's going to blow up Stafford Court. Remember, Kelling Lane is over here. So I would believe that could have possibly happened. I would believe that possibly happened if all the dogs had gone this way, right? So the wind's blowing from the south up Stafford Court. Yeah, I know. I didn't share the map. I'm sharing the map now. Don't worry. So if he, let's go back down here. So if he took the trash out from here, the wind's going to blow up Stafford Court. You're going to get some scent collection on these grassy areas, right? So I would think that Pinchot's suggestion would be a good one if all the dogs had gone straight up Stafford Court, because the wind's going to blow up here, right? Suddenly coming from the south, so it's a tailwind, right? As the dogs go up Kelling. But they didn't. They didn't go up Stafford. They didn't go up Stafford. What the track was, and what the handler has confirmed to Julia.
Everything okay, or is there an echo?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Is this approximately? So it started off at the house, went against the wind, right? So any scent that had been blown upwards northernly, had been blown upwards on the map, would have, settled at some point or just blown away. But no, they went left from the house and then down the fence, back up, across the neighbour's yard diagonally, and then onto Kellin, straight up Kellin, and then through a right to the construction site. It's a very definite path. And then back down to the retention pond. Now, I'm not aware that wind would blow scent in such a specific path. How would it? How would it? How would it? That's north. We're northerly there. The map's facing north. So the wind's blowing upwards. How is the wind going to blow scent on this very specific path? Like that, it's not, is it? It's not, is it? So I take it wind direction has something to do with the way scent.
Good point. Good point.
Phrase that. I think I know what you mean. Yeah, I did a video the other day about the direction. I mean, it depends on the not only the direction but also the strength of the wind, and this is a light breeze. Other dogs went everywhere. Right. According to Max's handler and Chris Profoot, 4 dogs. Well, Max's handler has confirmed this path, right? And then Chris Profoot said that there was, in addition to Max, there was also 3 other dogs. 3 other dogs. Now, I don't know who handled those. There was a bloodhound, a blue tick coonhound, and then a few days later, another team came in, and then one of their dogs also tracked the same path. Now, I don't know what breed that dog was, that 3rd dog, or 4th dog. So and then the rest of the dogs. Now, Chris said there was between 13 and 18 dogs. Now, not all of those dogs, I assume, would be live scent trackers.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I thought I had said it back then. Almost, it was up higher. So, God bless you guys for keeping up with her while she was talking that fast. My apologies. That's fixed now, though.
Some of them will be cadaver dogs, right? Because as the days tick over, they're going to bring in the cadaver dogs. They're going to run cadaver dogs through the house early doors. They're going to run a cadaver dog around the vehicles early doors. So some of those dogs wouldn't have been live scent tracking anywhere. Now, I don't know how many dogs were live scent trackers and how many dogs were cadaver. But Chris said there was between 13 and 18 dogs. So 4 of those, so one was Max, a German Shepherd, one was a blue tick coonhound, one was a bloodhound, and the other, I don't know the breed. So 4 dogs all followed the same path. Now that's pretty convincing to me. Now you're going to say, yeah, but that's what Chris Profoot said, and I don't believe anything Chris Profoot has said. Well, that's your choice. But now that Max's handler has confirmed to Julia that, yes, that's the path Max took, then are we going to say, all right, well, we'll believe Max's handler, but we're not going to believe the rest of what Chris said? Why would Chris make up that several of the dogs also? And why would he then say, yeah, but some other dogs didn't? Because Chris has also said that some of the other dogs didn't follow that path. They ran in other directions. Now, we don't know what other directions they went in. It would be interesting to know what other paths the dogs took. Because it could possibly be, if one dog did run up Stafford, maybe that dog is following the scent that blew up Stafford from when Sebastian took the trash out. It's not 25%, Mike. What, the 4's 25% of the dogs who were out there? It's not necessarily, because we don't know how many of those dogs, the 13 to 18, were cadaver dogs. Oh, Julia's in the chat. Trust your dog. Absolutely trust your dog. Trust your dog. So So let's say, for example, I don't know how many cadaver dogs they would have run out. Let's say 4 of them, just a number. Let's say 4 of them were cadaver dogs. So, yeah, the majority of the dogs, let's just say 12 were live scent trackers. 4 of them followed the same path, and the other 8 followed different paths. I'm just making up numbers now. Like, we know 4 from Chris. You can't trust Chris because he discredited the dogs. Yeah, I think Chris was maybe a bit confused because he was like, oh, well, they're not reliable anyway. And he threw out this 25% figure, which is nonsense. You can't say that dogs are 25% accurate. You can't say that. Where's that figure come from? I've discussed that previously anyway. That's nonsense. I think he's confused. I genuinely think he doesn't know what to believe about the dogs. And, you know, Ken Widener from Sumner County EMA hasn't helped matters by saying that you know, none of the dogs followed Sebastian. That's confused everybody. But I think what he actually meant to say was none of the dogs that tracked found Sebastian or any evidence of Sebastian, you know, like a dropped item of clothing or his glasses or something like that. Like, none of the dogs that were out there that got a track led them in a direction that denoted at somewhere, somehow, Sebastian had been there. Would a dog follow a scent from a few days past over a scent more recent? No. The dogs will follow the strongest scent. So it's quite possible that maybe some of the dogs were confused by the scent from the night before and the way that maybe that's blown around. You're also going to get the scent. If Sebastian did take this path, and I personally believe he did, then you're going to get, you know, a lot of that. If he walked on the road, that's an artificial surface. The scent's going to blow up from that. So you are going to get scent moving around. You're going to get scent blowing. If I done here, you're going to get scent blowing up like this, right? Because it's a southerly wind. The entire day on the 26th and the 27th, it was all a southerly wind. So you're going to get in the scent blowing up in this direction. So it's going to be harder. If Sebastian did go in this direction, it's going to be harder for the dogs to track him because the scent is being blown away. The scent is being blown north. If the scent's coming towards you, you know this, if you're a hunter or something, if the wind's coming towards you, your dog's going to pick up that scent very easily because it's being blown towards you. But if it's being blown away from you, then dogs that are using as part of their repertoire, if they're using air scent as part of their repertoire, that's going to quickly dissipate. And all that's left is what has settled on the ground. Now, when it settles, it will tend to pool in areas where there's, you know, vegetation or, you know, a natural surface. So you've got like bushes and stuff that are going to trap that scent. So I would imagine that, like, the Max's track he was the first one on the scene. So that would have been the least contaminated because it's early morning. Sebastian went out, you know, let's say, again, I'm making up a number. Let's say he went out at 3 a.m. Well, Max was out there at 7:47. Maybe. I think I'm going to have to check the dispatch audio. But let's say let's say that the track was 5 hours old when Max got there. So yes, you're going to get that movement of the air scent, but you're going to get that scent that's settled on the ground, and you're going to get a fresh enough track for Max because it's not been contaminated by loads of other people walking on it. Later on, the dogs that came later on are going to have a tougher job because there's people walking all over the place. There was police officers all through the morning of the 26th. We heard it all on the dispatch audio. You've got police officers doing door-to-door canvassing. You've got people out looking for Sebastian. You've got a great deal of contamination of that ground, all of it. All of it is contaminated. You know, you're going to have vehicles moving around. And if Sebastian, you know, went up Kelling Lane, then it's an artificial surface, which means it's more difficult for that scent to settle. It's just going to get blown all over. And you've got vehicles moving up and down. People will have, you know, got up and gone to work. People, the law enforcement arrive with a whole bunch of vehicles. So you've got a massive amount of contamination of that entire area. So Max's track would have been the cleanest, even if it was a few hours old by the time Max got there. And we don't know how old that track was because we don't know when Sebastian went out. I just said 3 a.m. just as a figure. It could have been 5 a.m. It could have been 5:30 a.m. That track could have been really, really new when Max got there. Yeah, the Scott Peterson with the article contamination. Yeah. There's so many issues that you've got to consider when that track is has been laid down hours previous, when it's an active missing person case, because within a few hours that contamination, there's just going to be so many competing scents that are more recent. The dogs are going to get really confused, and you can't blame them. So dogs will follow, like if they're scent specific and that person, you know, lives in that environment, the dog will try to find the strongest scent. But that strongest scent could be, you know, again, if it's a few hours old, it could have been, you know, blown all over the place. So I would imagine that after the first, you know, few hours, the only dogs that are going to get a reliable track are the ones like the bloodhound and the coonhound that stick their noses to the ground. You know, they're relying on that ground scent. That's just the, you know, the way the genetic makeup is. You know, bloodhounds walk around with their nose stuck to the ground. So those dogs are probably going to benefit the best from this environment. They're going to perhaps, and this is only a perhaps, going to be able to work better under this environment where there's a lot of competing scents, because they're going to stick their nose to the ground and they're going to find whatever scent has you know, managed to stay there. But it is also possible that there's going to be competing scents if Sebastian wandered around that neighborhood in previous days. You know, because let's say you've got lots of scent contamination. Let's imagine we've now got a dog running, let's say in the afternoon of the 26th. Let's just say that. Right, we don't know what time all the other dogs ran. We don't know. We know what time Max was out there. He was out there with the first responders. His track is the least contaminated, right? But the other dogs, let's say a dog ran on the afternoon of the 26th, so it's within, you know, maybe 12 hours of him going missing. But it's had so much, the site's had so much contamination. you've got the wind that's blowing a mild breeze, but blowing to the north, blowing, from the south to the north. So you've got scent being blown away from the house. And probably the average dog is going to be confused. He's going to be really confused. And it doesn't mean to say that Sebastian wasn't there. And maybe some of the dogs did go off on, tangents and ran around all over the place, or just didn't find anything because they were confused, because they were sent here and sent there and sent there, but there's all these other, confusing aromas that are all around. So I truly believe that Sebastian went this way.
Okay, Steve. Hold on a minute here. Are you talking about Michelle herself, or what is her name? I just said her name a few minutes ago. The other girl that she has on here, the other woman. The other woman has showed certification at some point that she was a dog handler. Michelle is, I don't know about her being a dog handler. I know she owns dogs and she has done certain things. I don't have any verification of that, but she's very, very intelligent. Everything she's ever said, she's come off right about. So
if you go to her community, she'll tell you, her community tab and her wall, whatever, will probably tell you she's not, no one's putting this woman up as a dog expert. She's just giving an opinion.
Right. Yeah, I think you might have been a little confused. That's all. No big deal. But the other one, she's got papers proving she is, I guess. Julia, that's her name. Sorry. And Michelle trains her own dogs. She has her dogs in all her videos and all that stuff. You'll see them constantly. So on and so forth. I don't know if she, like Salty just said, but that's all.
She's in England. She does her searches are conducted over there. She legitimately goes on searches for people with her dogs. So that's all I know.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about her credentials, and I'm not telling you to, that she's got all this and that.
I know she did go on a case I covered last year and a half ago, I think. I can't remember how long it's been now. But she used her dogs on a search for them, along with their Ellie over there, which was Nicola Bully. If you're familiar with that case, she went on with her dogs on that search as well. And Ellie, she worked right alongside Ellie. One of my somebody that works with us here in our team that's from over there, that's a retired UK police officer in Manchester, had said that about her as well. So just giving you a little heads up on that. That's all I know, though.
Because Max had that clean scent. And then the bloodhound and the coonhound confirmed it. So let's listen just to a few minutes here of
guy. I don't think he was being like forward, guys. He was just asking. No, calm down. No big deal.
Of Julia. So once again, the link to this is in the description box for replay viewers, but I'll put it in the chat again for you guys. Okay.
No problem, Steve. No, I'm just concentrating on this, Fox. I know what you're saying, but I'm just concentrating on this because this was brought up, and there's a lot of good material in this that relates to that. We're gonna continue with it tomorrow, like we have been. No worries. I appreciate that, though, bro. I do. I like your dog, by the way. Very cute.
One thing I talked about last time I was on my live. So, I have this Google small.
Yeah. So, I hate my voice as well. I don't like listening back. And when I do edited videos, I've got to listen to my voice again and again and again and again. Yeah.
Google, yeah. 6-year-old. Oh, I'm so sorry, Shelly.
What
kind of dog? What kind of dog was Tiara? Oh, puppies. I love puppies so much. Tit for tat. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that. Actually, I really want to know if he can come on and do a live with me at some point, or if I can like maybe pre-record him and then like do an interview with him and then play it for you so it's more direct. I know the hesitation with that has been like he has to get permission from the chief, but I'm going to say this as far as my conversation. So Max's handler does confirm that his dog was in odor. His dog picked up a track. Now, here's the unfortunate thing. She was a German Shepherd, my service dog. Here's the thing about the odor. We can't talk to Max one-on-one to find out exactly what Max detected. All Max's handler can say is that he was an odor. He was an odor. His dog was on a track, and you even hear it on the dispatch audio.
You do. I'm going to play the dispatch audio right now. You do.
All right, so here we go. We get a 2-for-1 out of this. We're getting the dispatch audio, which is something I was going to pull up too. Probably first thing tomorrow, but we're getting it now, and we may double review it tomorrow morning when we first start. So there we go.
Okay, you can watch my dogs leaping about the field while the dispatch audio is playing. So this is the dispatch audio relating to Max. Audio. It all unfolded, all on the dispatch audio. Listen once again.
Next big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back toward the beach. That's the one behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Hey, this is all dry, hard plant. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing. Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprint. My shoes, the Max went straight into the pond.
Okay, so we could never catch that before. Did anybody catch that?
Yeah, Max went into the pond.
No, when he said so, no shoes, just footprint.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
My shoes, the Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water.
So the question is, what was Max actually tracking? Yeah, what was Max actually tracking? It's the $10 million question. Oh, maybe we do need that AI app that can tell us what dogs are. maybe we do need that after all. We do need that after all. So he went up, right? So
amen to that one.
The handler, you can tell he's out of breath. That handler's been running, right? So he's on the dispatch saying, Max, track back up. So I think what he means is that he tracked back up, so up Kellen, and then out towards beach. Well, this direction is beach. If we look on the map here, this is beach, because you've got the beach church and then beach high school. So if the dog tracked back up, so back up Kellen, and then out towards beach, which is this direction, going towards beach, going towards beach high school, and then went to the retention pond, which you can't see on this map because this map's like nearly a year old. So there's a retention pond now in this area somewhere. So, and then Max dove into the water. So Chris is right when he stated he told Narc Divers, Trey from Narc Divers, and he told Gray Hughes, and he also told Web Sleuths. I'm going to play the clip from Web Sleuths in a minute. So Gray Hughes mapped it out. Now, this is my map. Like I've done the same map as Gray. But I mapped mine from what he told Narc No, not no, Trey wasn't quite as clear. It was when Gray came out and said that he'd spoken to Chris that I was able to actually map it out. Because on Night Divers, the audio was really bad. It was really, really hard to hear. So the directions he gave, like, it was very, very muffled. So I mapped it out once Gray confirmed that he'd spoken to Chris. So we play another.
And tomorrow we're gonna go over because this is all part of that. That's one thing that we need to get as much info as we can. Tomorrow we're gonna go over the thing with Gray, where he mapped out that scenario with Chris and what they talked about, so on and so forth. We're gonna cover that as well. And kind of close this part of this out and be moving forward. I know some of the audios are a little hard to get, guys. I'm doing my best. I'm sorry. Thank you, Kelly. Take care, Kimber. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you for stopping through today. I appreciate you very much. And I'm sure she'll appreciate that, Steve. Thank you very much. And I'm going to bring up that audio for us to go through too. We're going to cover all that stuff tomorrow as part of this when we get started and make sure we clarify everything. Excuse me, folks. Sorry. Sorry about that. Moving on. Let's get through the rest of this and we'll be out of here with this.
A minute of this. I'm going to play Chris on. I'm going to use Web Sleuths to play Chris. And look, if you don't believe Chris, if you don't believe him, that's up to you. But are you now going to say that you don't believe Max's handler? Because Max has the cleanest scent. If you believe anybody, you've got to believe Max. The $10 million question is, what was Max tracking? But Max has been supported by the other dogs, the bloodhound, the coonhound, and then the other dog. I wish I knew what breed it was. Because they had articles from Sebastian. So they used the clothing that Sebastian wore the day before as the scent articles. So those dogs at least were informed of Sebastian's scent. So all of those dogs surely can't be wrong when they're all following the same track. At least some of them are. Probably the one with the cleanest track is Max, because he was there first. Then the whole area gets contaminated by police officers and searchers, and other dogs will be wandering around and vehicles. So the whole place becomes contaminated. So perhaps the very, very best of those dogs were able to confirm that track that Max had run when the area was clean. So we know that the bloodhound, the coonhound, and then the other dog were tracking from an article. They were scent-specific dogs. They were tracking an article. If it was just one dog out of, let's say, 13, I would be reluctant to say, right, that dog is the one that I'm going to believe, because what about the other 12? But the fact that 4 dogs in total follow the same track, given the complexities of the scene, that's pretty convincing to me. That's pretty convincing to me, I've got to tell you. But it's up to you. It's up to you what you think. Okay, so, let's have a look here. Curious Kiwi gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Leandra, they started. They took the dogs to intersections to see if they give them a direction of travel. So maybe some of those dogs actually just went in random directions, following old scent or scent that had wafted somewhere, but weren't actually
He's
started.
just going to be theorizing from now on out, Dago. It's it's up to you if you want to continue with it.
Think about it. There would have been a little scent pool.
I don't even know if he's listening.
And I'm going to get my video deleted here, but I'm going to, just for a second, focus in on Sebastian's porch. You're going to have a little scent pool there. Because Sebastian comes out the house, the wind's blowing southerly, so the wind will blow. He's only probably there for a few seconds, but it's going to blow against this wall. You've got this set of foliage here, and Sebastian maybe turn round, shut the door, and
Good night, Kelly.
And maybe, punch the cord to lock the door. You're going to get a nice little scent pool there. So a dog that starts there,
probably, Sarah.
See if that dog's got,
What's up?
I was telling Kelly good night, and I was agreeing with Sarah that you probably fell asleep.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, Dago, she's just going to really basically be theorizing the rest of her video. I mean, and talking. I mean, there's, you know what I'm saying. So
yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good. Thank you guys. And I know everybody, this is starting to drag. I know that's why I said I wanted to keep it shorter today. We got through a decent amount today. That's good. And I want to try to keep you guys on point so it doesn't get boring and you want to take off and run or pass out on me and never come back again, or send a airmail shit bomb to my house because it's so boring to you. I get it. See, Mama Bear's ready to go to bed now. Anyway, I think that's enough for us for today. I don't want to cram too much of this. Like I said, we're gonna keep it short and sweet. There's no length of time on this that we have to do it. We can spread it out as long as we have to. Keep it short, sweet. That way it doesn't overload us. You know what I'm saying? So we're good today. It was done well today. I think everything was good. Oh Lord, night all. Oh, I'm sorry, Gigi. Have a good night. Take care.
Good night, Gigi.
Thank you guys all for staying as long as you did and tuning in as long as you did. But there will be more tomorrow. Like I said, guys, I know this gets to be boring, and a lot of this is interesting to me because I didn't get to clearly hear some of this because we were rushing through everything at the beginning. You know what I mean? The hat thing that everybody was talking about belonged to somebody else. That was claimed. That was all dealt with, just so everybody knows. Are you still safe and good and okay over there, Mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was listening and watching chat.
You guys get these storms rolling. I get nervous for you guys.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm watching. I've got where my office is, I've got bay windows that go all the way around.
Good. So,
from Tornado Alley. So
I know I worry about you. I worry about Salty down there and all of you guys down south like that.
Well, I'm good until we get a hurricane warning.
Right. I get that. All right. So does anybody have any questions, thoughts, opinions, theories, feelings, complaints, bitches, whatever you want to throw a tomato at my face?
Bitches? Can we really? No, I'm joking. I got plenty of those. I got plenty, dude. But no, I try not to. I try to vibe high, not too low.
It's all good. Anybody in the chat? Any of that? Any of you guys? All of you guys? Any recommendations? Anything at all you want to talk about? We got a few more minutes here. Let's talk about it while we can. We're going on 4.5 hours. I think that's good. I'm gonna try to. I've been trying to shorten these down, but there's so much stuff to talk about. Sometimes it's hard, especially when people get to talking. You know what I mean?
The more because I've always felt like he probably did go toward that pond, and then if you look at the map, because I've seen what Gray did, but it's been a minute since I reviewed that. So a refresher is always good. He does great map work anyway. You can't deny it, no matter what you think. But
Ward Lane to me is just it's too perfect. I don't live there, so I cannot tell, but I know backcountry roads. Okay, and I've talked to Cletus about that particular area and how you could get back there with the pond and all that. So then I was looking at the map again this morning, and in my brain, for some reason, I kept coming out of the neighborhood and going left toward town. Big red light, intersection, all this, the restaurant, all the things. If I take a right, go straight out, and I keep going straight out, I'm going to run dead into Interstate 65.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's just a thought.
Very good one.
Doesn't mean somebody got on the interstate and cooked it out of town, but you could have just went down to the next county. You could have went down the highway. Our counties, we butt up to each other. There's back ways in, there's interstate ways in, there's lots of ways in. We all know them. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Because you got to think, if that scent ended at that pond, there's no thick woods right there for him to get lost in without being in a clearing. Right? So I can't buy that. One of my working theories that he ended up in the woods and got turned around and got lost, because I don't see how he could have. I mean, I see how he could have, but damn,
Anything like it.
would have been a continuing scent, I think.
The ladle bent when Mom was trying to get one of the peppers out, and it got splashed on her foot. So it's like,
I can agree. That's a good point. And I've also thought, I'm gonna have to go check something real quick here, but part of that scenario there behind the pond, there was a fence there, and part of that fence was knocked down. And I have something I'm gonna talk about here in a minute. I just gotta go check something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okie doke.
Well, and he also liked White House High School. So my thought initially was that he was trying to get to that White House High School. But again, like Salty said, there should have been a scent trail if that's what he was doing.
Yeah. And if it just ended, my only thought, he had to have gotten in a vehicle.
Right.
And driven away from the area. Down the street, I don't know. Down the highway to the interstate and out of state, I don't know. I know self-combustion was real at some point. I heard conspiracies about that, but I don't buy it.
Well, and I know that shortly after Sebastian went missing, TBI did a huge trafficking investigation, and you have to wonder if their minds went to that.
Oh, really? Okay, because that a lot of times with missing person cases, I don't know really about children, if that's their first go-to, but I know it is in a lot of the missing persons cases, and they do look at that aspect, I think, for a lot of the women, and things of that nature. But I hope they did articulate this point, because everything needed to be looked at that was a possibility. If there was a problem in the area, absolutely. Because if he just walked out on his own accord, heard a cat and ran after it, got out there, and a crime of opportunity, a troll in the neighborhood happened to find him, that could very well be a thing. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't rule that out either.
Absolutely. I'm going to show you guys something here real quick. Wow, it's embedded in there now. This is hilarious. I'm going to pull up my map, my little mappy guy. I'm going to show you something real fast. A lot of you guys have seen this already. Not to get anybody more bored, but okay. So here we are. We're starting out at 1008 Stafford Court. Okay. This is where Sebastian went missing from, right here. All right. Now, right over here is the retention pond. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Right here. Can you guys see my cursor?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the retention pond. Now, this was noticed by Cletus and Clue, who were boots on the ground, drove over here, drove all through this inlet, or whatever you want to call it. Now, this is the high school. This is the church right here, the Cumberland Church, where they set up the second command center back here. Okay. All through here. This is where it was. So we're going to go over this tomorrow with Gray's thing and all that, so that you can, this will be completely clarified for us. Yeah, we will hear that B for sure. So we're just going to say that, you know, he left here based on the theory that Chris and Gray put together, comes down, goes this way, goes all the way down Kellen, comes up over here, crosses over, comes down into here, ends up
He
over
actually goes, according to the track and what Chris said, he comes out that door, he cuts down beside the house. He doesn't he doesn't go in the street in front of the house and down the road around the curve. He cuts down the house, zigzags across between the other homes to Kellen, up Kellen.
Okay.
The dog, the dog.
That's what I was saying. Tomorrow we're gonna their exact way. I was just showing you like a real quick around, but yeah, he's absolutely right. That's how they do it. But then they got to this point here. This is where the dog goes into the water, so on and so forth, the footprint and all that stuff we hear on the audio. I did find out there's a fence that's right here. All the way down here. It's a construction fence, basically, is what it is. And it's all standing, except right around in here, there's a piece that is knocked down flat completely. Okay? How and when it got done, nobody knows, you know, but that's how they found it when they went back in there and they saw it. I had to wonder when I heard that eventually, we've talked about this a few times. Because if you look here, I can't see somebody coming in through here and coming up through here and parking and coming up over here. Because why? There's people and cameras all over this, okay? But if you were to bring a vehicle from Ward down through here, come up into here and park right there, you can cross over right there, and that piece of fence is knocked down. Grab somebody, throw them in the vehicle, and off you go. Or however it happened. I'm just saying, this is a working theory that's been in my mind when this whole retention pond thing came up after the fact, okay? There's nothing else that goes along with it other than what we know about what I just...
I mean, if you look, as soon as you hear that scent ended there, the dog goes in the pond. The first thing I did was figure out where that pond was on the maps, if I could, and where the nearest entry, how do I get to it? How would I get to it? That right there is, I've always thought, you know, and then I talked to Cletus and like, there's a cemetery back there. Wish he was here. But yeah, there's a cemetery back there or something. And you can go through all of that and get there.
This is all cemetery here. And here's something else. When they went on that search that day, Clue and Cletus come down through here, okay? There was a truck parked over here with searchers all out through this area right here, okay? All over this, they noticed. And they were deep searching. Now, here's my thought. First of all, understand, this doesn't exist. This is not here yet. This is a pre-planned map for what's going to be here once this whole thing is done being built, okay? So this pond was here at that time. This piece of this fence was knocked down. You have full access by this back road here. I'm going to say it's a service road, probably.
It's a 2-lane little country road off the highway. And then when you get back here, they're like paved little roads, but they're like one lane. You know what I mean? Into these back road areas.
I think what this actually was, because this is old cemetery here. All of this, you can still see the little plots and stuff. This is all old cemetery because the new one, I can't remember where he showed me. They added another one. It's down here somewhere. I think it's over through here. But anyway, this is all the old original cemetery from this stuff, okay? I think this was the pull-through and the drive-through so that people had access to the plots, okay? And it comes all the way down into here. It would be very easy to park over here. Nobody's going to see or hear you, especially when it's as dark as it is out here. Come to this.
Dago, I just got an eerie thought and feeling all at one time. It's kind of like the cemetery in Delphi.
Mm-hmm.
The back way in that no one thinks about. Oh, damn.
That's what gave me the idea on this.
Damn.
Okay. Exactly. So.
Damn, Dago.
Believe me, I think a lot about that stuff. That's what gave me the idea to look at this like, oh shit, that's the same as that one. You know what I mean? So Yeah, Goosebumps is right. When I heard that fence piece was knocked down, it was just brought up in conversation with Cletus. And I went, wait a minute, what? And they had the same idea. Okay. And I was like, oh shit. And I know the dog went directly into that pond. And then that was it. So I asked Clue, and like, what's this all? Is this all dirt down here, ground up? It's hard to see with this map, but she said it's all grass now. All of this behind here and all around this is all grass. And you come out of that water, you're in the grass. There's no footprints. You're still going to have scent, yes, but you've been in the water and up. Maybe if somebody picks you up and carries you out of it, I don't know. And I'm not saying this is anything, folks, but it sure as hell is something in my mind. Okay. I can't let this go either. I got a few things that have been like really grinding on me with this stuff. So the only piece of this fence that's down is right here. Right near this pond, conveniently right by this back road, conveniently where his scent or whatever scent it was that was here stops. That's all I'm saying, folks. It's just something to remember or to keep on your mind. And then again, all you have to do is turn around instead of going out through here in front of the cameras and everybody in the whole world that could see you. You spin the car around and out you go. Right out the ward, down ward here. Because the other way,
you take your choice once you get out there. It depends on where you're headed.
Oh, the other way, if you go to the left on that, it dead ends eventually. But still, you hit 258 and you're gone. Ain't nobody can see you. You know what I mean? So
you can head back to town or wherever you're headed, or toward the interstate and out of town, whatever. I don't know.
100%, 100%, and here we are. So. Just something else, and again, we can look at this again. Like I said, we're gonna finish off this whole thing tomorrow with all of that. We're gonna listen to Gray, Sting, and with Chris and all that, and the mapping out, because that's where we're at with this at this point. So, my understanding, you guys, I don't know for sure, but I know as of yesterday, I was told that, and I just want to put this out there so everybody understands that 22 billboards were to go active today based on what Clue and Cletus did yesterday. And I mean 22 all over the United States, folks, which is amazing to me.
Nice work. That's nice work. Yeah.
Yeah, they put that together, got it rolling up and ready to go. So that's awesome. I hope it all went well. But I think that's really going to do it for today. I hope anybody got the notes that they wanted, got the notes. Like I said, more stuff coming tomorrow, and there's going to be a few parts to this. Just be ready for it. But I'm not rushing through it because I don't want to miss things, and I don't want to, we've gotten off track a little bit here and there, but it still leads back to the same thing. So I do appreciate there are no cameras back there at all, Terry. Nothing is back here in that back portion camera wise. If there is,
it's super doubtful because of how that area is not super rural. Okay, there's communities, there's intersections, there's businesses and churches and schools. We see that, but back there, I don't even think there's houses back there. Now
there is two.
Right. It's like really. So if they do, they're going to be so far back off the road, they're not going to see anything no more than what the neighborhood saw.
Mm-hmm.
Because out here in the rural area, these houses are offset from the roads. And if they got a Ring camera and you're driving down those 2-lane highways, I don't even know if they can tell what kind of car you're just going to be a zoom by.
Yeah. And here's a thing to keep in mind with that little theory I showed you. If that happened like that, that's something that was planned out. It wasn't like that thing. Okay. Unless somebody just decided that they did this and they pulled up in there, they snuck down the road, they went up to a window or something and said, hey, let's go. Out the window or out the door he goes, they grab him and off they go down the road. And it was like that.
I would be more inclined to think he was told, meet me back there.
That's my thought. The other side of it.
If you go and you can look at that as a predator online that could have reached him somehow, some way.
100%.
Because these predators work that way. And if they can work that address out of your child, they'll find a way. I have these hard conversations, even with the youngest kids in my family. Strangers do not get your address. They don't even get the state you live in, right? My grandson is 8. He has no access to online, but I still teach him what you are allowed to tell people about yourself.
Right.
Especially when you are holding a device in your hand and you're playing games and you are playing Minecraft and the Roblox and all the things. And thank God my son's got his phone, his shit locked down and can see all the things they're doing because I stay on top of that. I probably drive my son crazy with that because my other kid is 17 and I raised a kid in this generation. You cannot be too careful and don't be afraid to have those conversations with them and teach them, yes, you need to know your address and tell the proper authorities if you get lost, but do not tell the stranger, right? Because if they don't know, they don't know unless you talk to them and tell them. I'm not
100%.
blaming anybody for if that's what happened here, because this is a 15-year-old boy that has absolute control over his own mind. And if he wants to tell somebody his address, he might not listen to what mama said,
100%.
especially if he's in the frame of mind that he just needs to get out of there too. You know what I'm saying? So it could have been remember that if a predator was involved, he was grooming this child for a while.
Yes, it was a
And
build-up.
gaining trust, right? So I'm not blaming anybody that like he shouldn't have gave his address out. I'm just saying this is a learning thing for people. This is the reason why you should talk to your kids. Yeah, just be informed.
And not only talk to your kids, pay attention to what they're doing, pay attention to who they're talking to, always.
And pay attention to what you say around your kids when they're in earshot, because they are not. I see adults who can't handle adult life, so I don't know how they think a child can handle adult life. And when they overhear the adult life going down, it's very confusing to children. So
Yes.
just be mindful of what you do and say and react to your, you know what I'm saying? You just have to be mindful of these things. That's all.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Yes.
So Butterfly had a question I want to respond to if she's still here in the chat.
Oh, please
So
do.
that part of Tennessee is what's considered a karst zone. What a karst zone means is there's caves everywhere. The underneath is limestone. So I lived in Nashville for over 30 years of my life. Where we lived at on the home property in my 20s, we had well water. Well, we decided to dig to put in city lines. We had to have a $25,000 machine with a big needle on the end of it come out there and bust through the limestone. When they busted through the limestone, there was a cave underneath of the property. So the caves are everywhere. Now, majority of the caves that you're going to see that you're going to be able to look at are going to be down the waterways. There is a park up there. I think it's in Mount Juliet. And there's an old silo, and my kids used to call it the fairy house because it looks like a fairy tale castle. And there's a cave across the river. Once you get up towards like you're headed to Clarksville or where I'm from in Paducah going up I-24 West, there is the Bell Witch Cave. So there is definitely caves in the area. They're not only above ground and down the waterways, but they're underground. So a piece of history, something just interesting. When they built the city hall in downtown Nashville, they actually found a saber-toothed tiger in the cave whenever they were building City Hall. You guys can Google it, look it up.
Hell yeah.
That's pretty wild.
True. So
yeah, there's so many possibilities, and I still keep that on the table because, but then I look at see where I live, there's big open fields around me, 3 of them, but I can see the tree line and where the woods start. And once I get to those woods, they're deep. They're going to go on for a long, long time. If a child wandered off, they could be out there within minutes. I don't know how the proximity from that pond location, from what I can see on that map to the woods, to me, it looks like it would take a minute. I don't know. I just don't know if he went that direction. I don't know. But the guy, I feel like if he'd have kept going at any point, and I get the dog went in the water, and he could have went in the water and trails and all that since and all the shit we've heard. But I feel like if he had continued on, once he came out of that water, after whatever, the cat just wandering, whatever, I feel like, don't you think at least one other dog out of the 15, 12, whatever, however many were out there would have picked up on that? On the other side of that pond back there, because they were searching back there, clue, and then saw them searchers back there. I know they're not stupid. They got to search everywhere around that pond at that point. So
Yeah.
they had to have had dogs back there as well. We don't know if anything hit back there. There's no confirmation of anything like that. So that'd be interesting to know. That would help me decipher car or kept walking toward the woods.
I agree. I do agree. Very good point too. Very good point. And hopefully maybe as we look into this part of this a little bit more, because this is about where we're at. I said we're going to cover everything, guys. Interviews, press releases, press conferences, this type of stuff. Every little bit of it, just like we did the first time. We're just looking at it a little bit slower with a little, and not, with the urgency we did then, because we were trying to get him home right then and there. It's not that type of a case now. We know that. So now we're taking our time and looking at this to see what we can see or hear that may be something. And again, guys, if we see something that we think is something important, all we have to do is we can email that to TBI. Hey, here's a tip. They get tips all the time. That's what this is all about. You never know. One stupid, small little thing could mean the whole world in this at any chance, guys. Any chance. So
absolutely. And I say that in almost every one of my videos, even if you think it's something that's insignificant, if you haven't heard it put out yet, no tip's too small. Sometimes it's that one small little clue that breaks the case wide the fuck open. So
absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, indeed. And it's crazy because you're right. It could be that one little thing, and you might, it might come to you a week later and you're like, well, damn, was that really something I
100%.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
Trust your gut in those. All I can say is only advice I can give is trust your gut in those situations. I mean, last time my gut told me I was being silly, I was behind an old man at the Dollar General, and shit you not, he was buying a pillow, some duct tape, and like a flashlight. And I was like, my first thought was like, should I follow this dude? And then I was like, no, just get in your car and go home, girl. It's all good. Mind your business.
Yeah. See, something like that, I'd be like, hey, bud, what you up to?
That was odd, right? Wasn't that an odd purchase, y'all? It wasn't just me.
Well, see, with us being who we are, though, like saying something, I'd have been like,
I know. I had to remind myself, no, you're in too deep. Go home and go to bed.
right. Exactly. Interesting. All right, guys. Well, great show today. Like I said, I know some of this gets a little bit boring. I appreciate you guys pushing through it, but it's very important stuff. There's little things that, I picked up little things here and there that I didn't get the first time. Some of the things I've looked at 2 and 3 times, and I'm still seeing something that I didn't catch. It is what it is. I really am appreciative that all you guys support this, that you're here for this. And
it's important to relive the investigative parts that we can figure out and what we do know,
Yes.
We've heard so much lately that a lot of the victims and a lot of the stuff gets lost in all that nonsense stuff. And at this point, those people, I mean, Seth, if you're listening, watching for a review, whatever it is you and Tony do, I'm kind of sick of y'all. Nothing they say matters to me anymore. This stuff does, because we have to at some point look at it and take it for what it is and try to figure,
It does, and it gives us a chance to say his name. It gives us a name to or a reason to show his face and keep talking about him without bringing that drama into what we're doing.
And I'll tell you what, if a predator has this boy, they absolutely love the fact that these parents are being ripped to shreds, and nobody talks about the thought that could be a theory. I can't let that theory go ever in a child gone case.
Absolutely. And I see what you're saying, Fox. I agree. And I appreciate you, sir. I really do. And again, I love your dog. He's very cute. But yeah, 100%, guys. Absolutely. On our way out the door, guys, I want you to pay attention to this. This is what Doodle has put together, and we're adding people to this left and right. We need to, again, we haven't in a while, but Doodle put this together because she's amazing. I play this every so often, every few shows, just to keep these names and faces in your guys' minds. Please check it out as you're going out the door, saying goodbye to each other tonight on this. Arctic Bomb, Cluminati, Truth was here for a little bit. I don't know what happened with him. Salty, I thank every one of you guys for being up here with me. I always love your guys' insight and input into this, and it's a lot better to do this together than by ourselves, guys, is all I'm saying. So tomorrow, stay tuned. In the morning, in the daytime, I should say, we're going to be running part 4 of this, and in the evening, I do my Paranormal Friday stuff. So if you guys are into the paranormal, tune in tomorrow night as well. Besides that, I think it's been a great day. Everybody in the chat, guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. And as Mom always says, please, if you see something, say something. Salty, Arctic, Mom dropped already. Does anybody have anything else to say as we close this up?
Well, always a pleasure being on the panel.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Arctic, and thanks, Chad. Y'all have a good night.
All right, guys. It's always a pleasure and an honor as well with you. Thank you so much. All right, folks. Like I said, keep your eyes open. If you see anybody in here, you notice anything that you see familiar, just watch it as you're going out the door. And if you haven't hit that like button, please do that. I appreciate you all so very much. Moderators, you did an amazing job as always. Thank you. I never should, couldn't, or wouldn't do this without you. Thank you, all of you. Have a wonderful rest of your night, guys. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye.